We are live! Countdown, countdown, countdown! Yo, y'all know what this is, man. Let me see some hunters if y'all ready to get the party started. Y'all ready to get the comic shop going. Let's see 'em!
She asked if she could see what's in the vault. Told her I could show you my collection if you want. If you got the time, I could show you how it's done. Get you anything you like, baby, we could run it up. Baby, we could run it up. I could show you my collection.
Wait. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let me stop this real quick. Cause the last thing I need is my co-host telling me that I'm like a dictator and I'm starting early, but like I have to wait until it's 7. So it's officially 7 now. Let's run this back. Let's run it back. Hold on. Where's my horns at? They're not here. They're not. There they go. Here we go. Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Oh, we got. Hold on. Let me. Yo, I know Bug's about to yell at me, bro. I'm already knowing. Yo, hold on. Before we do that, let's run. Yo, Bug. We started at 7. I promise you, we started at 7.
Yeah,
Once again, yo, welcome to the comic shop. Let me see some hunters down the screen. Let's go. Y'all ready to get this started? I need to know. Matter of fact, yo, let them know where we at.
She asked if she could see what's in the vault. Told her I could show you my collection if you want. If you got the time, I could show you how it's done. Get you anything you like, baby, we could run it up. Baby, we could run it up. I could show you my collection if you want. I could show you my collection if you want.
Yo, what's up? Yo, I want to welcome everyone to the space right now. Everybody on the stream right now, whether you on X, whether you on YouTube, whether you on Twitch, wherever you at right now. Welcome. My name is Emoji. I'm here with my co-host, E-Boogie, RXH, propagandist in the building, and together we're bringing you a little something we like to call the comic shop. We got our special guest in the building tonight, Jahn in the building, also known as Labicorn Jahn, as we review Ultimate X-Men #1. Big shout out everybody in the audience today. Big shout out VV Comics handling the audience today. And welcome. We got some news later. We got some news later. But let me first say what's up to my co-host. X, Bug, what's good?
What up?
Yo. What's going on, y'all?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Let me hold on. Let me open it up so that way the visuals is there. Oh, that is not the proper visuals that need to be there. All right, here we go. Boop. We're all good.
Oh, I see Gregory the Butler's back too. What up, Gregory? I know you don't talk, so I'm just saying what's up, you know?
Yo, John, did you pin something to the top?
I did. That's me literally ready to go.
John,
I didn't ask for permission. It's easier to just, make apologies than ask for permission. That's what I've been told.
Already,
Cool.
I love it. Let's
well,
go.
let me pin to the top the space so people can see the visuals up there, and then I will ask you what that is too, because I'm interested in knowing. But all right, we are live. Visuals everywhere. It looks like everything's running good. I see. You might notice I have a little addition to the visuals. Does anyone notice?
Is this Gregory we're speaking of?
no. Gregory's here for help. Gregory's here for help.
Oh,
But
what's the addition? What's the addition? Talk on it.
so on the are you looking at the feed, the visual feed?
Yes, I do. I do. Nah,
Okay.
I mean, is it? I see the one you posted, and I see the one John posted. I don't. Oh, the visual
Ignore
feed. Yeah,
John's. Ignores John.
got
John
got
just threw off the whole everything.
got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm visual now. I'm visual.
Okay. All right. So I did come up with a few QR codes. Anyone that may be new to the space or visiting for the first time or unfamiliar with VV Comics, um, they are pretty much the distributor for Marvel and a few other comics where you can read comics digitally and purchase them same day as release. So I figured it would be, any comic book reader that's interested in that and getting their comics day one instead of having to wait a few months on Marvel Limited. I figured I'd give them a little QR code, easy access.
Very smart. Love it. Love it.
Also, another thing, why am I not seeing you to make you co-host? Hold on, is it because
Oh, yeah.
you're already on
I,
stage?
nah, Gregory's occupying probably a couple more spots, but I would accept the co-host if you sent it.
Oh wait, hold on, did I give him two spots? No,
Ah, I
okay,
got it. I got it.
you got it.
I got
Okay,
it.
all right, cool,
He
cool.
gave up a spot. He gave up a spot.
Got it, got it. And big shout out Gregory. Gregory has been helping hold it down, along with also my co-host Book and X and Prop. But big shout out Gregory because Gregory's been holding it. He doesn't talk, but he's been helping out a lot. Oh, Prop is here. All right, let me bring it up. Bring him up. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, did you guys accept him?
Yeah, I got him. And shout
Okay.
out to Cashflow because I seen those rapid 100s. Very few people know how to do the rapid 100 or the rapid emoji glitch.
Mm-hmm.
But I did see you going crazy on the 100. Shout out Cashflow.
Shout out Cash Flow. Let me say what's up to Prop. Prop, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I got a question. Who's Gregory?
So,
I feel like I knew. I feel like I knew, but I forgot.
I ended up, having to acquire a butler just to help out a little bit, and with moderating and things like that, because it gets a little hectic up here in spaces, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to have the resources to have a butler follow me around everywhere I go in spaces now. So it's
I
been
mean, do they talk? Do
no, he
they
doesn't
talk?
talk. He doesn't talk. He charges extra
Is
for
it
that. So
is it
But
that
they,
trying to
but they, but
oh
they
okay.
moderate.
he moderates, like just as far as just making sure everything's up to cuff. And actually, he was supposed to bring you up. I don't. Gregory's slipping right now because I'm inviting people on stage now. So
He's
I
on
don't.
his 10 minute. He's on his 10 minute. He's on his 10 minute break, bro.
All
Just
right, all right. Well, it's been 10 minutes, bro. So but yeah, nah. He's just here to help. So ignore him. Don't worry. But he does say hi. He says hi to everybody. But how are you guys doing? Before we start getting diving into this comics, how was your week? How's everything going? Anything exciting happen?
the regular man. Kids, life. You know what I mean? Regular stuff, good stuff. Graduation had a little graduation,
Oh,
little
nice.
kid graduation. Yeah, it was cool, bro. I'm chilling. How the
Okay.
rest of the fam? How's everybody else? Oh, X had to hop on a train as we know every day.
Okay.
Hardworking man,
No
so he'll
worries.
be
No
back.
worries. No worries. Prop, how you good?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great.
What country? What country are we in this week?
We back in we're back in the big corporation, baby. We're back in the U.S.
Got you. The
Nice.
the big the big corporation. Got you.
Nice, nice. All right, cool. So I got everything set up now. What I will say for everyone in the room, I know I did ask you guys to repost the space. I'm gonna be asking you guys for a lot of favors. So now that I have the live stream up, if you can repost the live stream, because what I've been doing, I don't know if people have been noticing, but I actually delete the recordings of the spaces because it's really supposed to be focused on the visual, especially now that we're looking at the comics. So I appreciate the repost on the space, so that way more people can come in and shout out everyone that's in the room. But if you could repost the comics, that's gonna be the one that's gonna stick around, or I should say the live stream at the top that's pinned to the top. But we do have a special guest, like I said, and also we do have some news, some potentially very positive news for everyone that enjoys our show. But before going into that, let me introduce our guest of the evening, and to do that, here we go. I would like to introduce a legend in these fandom spaces, an encyclopedia of knowledge, the one we turn to when we need any type of fandom advice. He's been here for years now. You can see it in his Labacorn ears now. I would like to introduce and welcome to the stage the one, the only Labacorn Jahn!
Hey, that was a beautiful intro. Thank you, everyone. Oh my goodness.
Wait, John,
Emoji.
my drop. You gotta listen to the drop. The drop is still going.
Oh, is there more?
There's more.
I'm just surprised it wasn't K-pop.
Stop,
All right, go on.
Stop. All right. Okay, that was it. I just wanted the drop to play out. I worked hard on that drop.
It is very important to listen to the drop.
Thank you. I got your visual up here so that way everyone can see. Nice banner, bro.
Oh, you like this? Oh yeah, I've had this ever since I actually bought the original, right? So this is Peach Momoko's cover of Marauders number 10. Marauders was a comic series that is now defunct because it was part of the Krakoan era, right? But it was all about Kitty Pryde basically being a space pirate, and she's being sent on missions and stuff, and Psylocke was part of her crew, right? So Psylocke featured on a couple of those Marauders covers, and Peach Momoko did the cover for number 10, and I have the watercolor up here hanging right behind me, and I love it so much I made it my banner. So there you go. It's topical because here we are about to talk about a Peach Momoko joint.
Nice. And I want to say what's up to everyone in the chat that's listening in on the stream. Feel free if you want to comment or be a part of. Oh, we got 53 people in here already. Oh, let's go. If you want to feel free to comment in the chat. Say what's up. It will appear up, and also this is a group or community type of review, right? So we see a lot of different reviews on YouTube and stuff like that covering the comics, and sometimes you may sit there and look at it and be like, I may have scored it a little differently. I may have looked at it a little differently. So this is an opportunity to do that. Yes, we all weigh in our own opinions of this, including our special guest, but you as a community, if you did read the comic, feel free to come up on stage and you can weigh in this conversation, and your score will be counted towards the overall review score as well. So, without further ado, let's jump to this visual. Let's jump to this visual right here. Okay. I chose this cover. I know there's multiple different covers for this, but I chose this cover for the review because obviously it's Peach Momoko. But I really liked it. It's a really, really good intro to this comic. I want to say almost world, because there's a lot of things about this comic that kind of like is very different from a traditional X-Men story. Before diving too much into it, did you guys want to talk a little bit about your initial thoughts, review without spoilers, your initial review of it, and actually, John, also too, why you chose this comic?
Well, John, you're the guest, so I'm just gonna say now you're gonna go last. So we save that honor for you, so you can take all the time you need. But I'll go first as always, and I'll just say for me, um, anything X Men for the most part, I'm all for.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Peach Momoko, the yeah, the style, everything. I don't even think we. I'm gonna let John do all that talking because obviously he's up there in the fandom when it comes to Peach Momoko everything. So I don't want to steal his glory with that, but yeah, bro, I think the book, the story, the art, it lives up to the hype. It lives up to her, man. So I think we should just yes, dope, dope. We'll get into it.
Okay. All right. Prop, did you want to add anything before we jump over to John?
Yeah. Um, I am a Peach Momoko supporter. Uh, I, in fact, I believe, was it maybe my first book I ever bought? I think, yeah, I think the first comic book, like first proper comic book, I don't think I've ever bought one before. I think the first proper comic book I've ever bought for myself was a Peach book. Well, not a Peach book. It was a Peach cover art,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure that the story and artwork interior wise was by someone else. Um, yeah, yeah, it sure was. So so I guess there's some personal value, some personal interest in this story. So I read this one, you know, in detail quite slowly, and maybe I kind of read it like almost twice, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So my first impressions are that it's very different. By time I was done reading the book, I had to look back at the title to see like what it is that I read, and it
Mm-hmm.
said
Ooh,
Ultimate, and it said Ultimate X Men
Mm-hmm.
One, and
ooh.
you see what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, well, as a film critic, as a
Mm-hmm.
story critic, like I really love stuff like that, where someone is taking your beloved IP or your fandom or your story or your universe, I should say, and they're taking it in such a distant place that they're not like the way that they started out is not even giving you a hint of
Mm-hmm.
familiarity, and they're doing something what they want to do, and it's sort of this big thing that's been entrusted in them.
Mm-hmm.
So just I guess that would just be my initials of how I feel about it.
Yo,
Yeah.
that's a great take, prop. That
Yeah.
was a great take.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a huge, I guess, a deviation from some of the things that we were saying about some of the earlier ones, and specifically like with Spy, because I know Prop, you said with Spider-Man, it didn't really feel too different. Like there were certain differences, but it didn't really. This is kind of like the other side of the spectrum. This is very different. So, without further ado, we have our special guest of honor who chose this book. I'm really interested in hearing, your initial take, without going too much into review, because we're going to review that as we go through the story. But also why you chose this book.
Yeah, sure. I think a great way to start is to say that you should actually put all of your expectations, like Prop said, aside, right?
Mm-hmm.
The beauty of discussing this book is actually what you just started with, emoji, right? Which is Vivi allows you the opportunity to get in on this narrative on the ground level, right? This
Mm-hmm.
book came out in 2024, is new to everyone. No one has any idea what direction Peach is going to take with this thing. It is honestly not that informed from any prior narrative. And actually, I mean, I'm not going to give too much backstory because I don't want to ruin what we're about to experience.
Mm-hmm.
But just to let you know, Peach actually does not know the history of Marvel that well. She
Mm-hmm.
does not know how mutants are supposed to be powered up, how they're supposed to behave, how individual characters fit into the 616 narrative, which is like the prime, universe narrative. So she was given carte blanche by CB Cebulski, right, the editor of Marvel, to just go ham. And there's only one other time that I think she's ever done it, right? Prior to this run.
Mm-hmm.
It was not through Demon Days, it was not through Demon Wars, because all of that were kind of still familiar to Marvel readers, and she was just putting a folklore spin on it. But it was still somewhat familiar, right? Even though that was fully her joint. The only thing that I think that could get remotely close, VV people actually have an opportunity to get right now on the app. And I believe it was a short story she did as part of End of Venomverse. And so it's a story about
Oh,
how,
okay. Yeah.
yeah, how Venom came down to Earth and how he basically conquered the Earth, right? But the storytelling, I believe, uses no words, right? And so, and this is the beauty of Peach, because
Yeah,
people,
I have that
yeah,
one.
people,
Is what I was saying.
yeah, it's a gorgeous, amazing, creepy story. And the thing is, she doesn't need words to tell it. And I don't think people understand enough that she is not a manga artist, right? She's not a mangaka. And that's not her background. That's not her, where she comes from. She actually comes from fine art
Mm.
and illustration, and then gravitated towards the horror genre and hard fantasy, right? So
Okay.
she, her first pieces were for some, like Cannibal Corpse stuff, you know what I mean? And then to heavy metal, it was really, really, it's like those Tool posters are probably closer to like her background than anything you would find in comic books, right? So this is truly and again, like, I'm not giving anything away, I'm just kind of setting up this joint for you guys. When you're opening up the pages of this comic book, you are not opening up anything that will be familiar to you. You are
Mm-hmm.
about to enter into the head of Peach, and she is giving you a story that not even her husband has ever seen before, right? Like, there's no context except for what she draws from her own, fevered mind, although a little bit of it has some cultural touchstones based on her, Japanese background, of course. So take that for what it is before we open page one and we start reading a little bit of the intro that you need to know about 6160, which is a universe that the Ultimate Universe is based in,
Mm-hmm.
before we get into her story.
So we actually are pretty, because we've been reviewing these Ultimate Comics in order. So we started all the way back from Ultimate Invasion. So actually, if anyone's been following the show, which I see a lot of people in here have been following us, the show, and shout out to you guys. We've covered all the base ground of that too, like with the Maker and everything like that. So that's another thing that kind of like makes this very unique, because it is so unique to some of the other Ultimate storylines that we've covered so far. But yeah, let's crack it open. Let's look inside, right? And it does have the
Before
the
we before we co-
mhm.
before we continue, shout out to everyone in the live stream. We have 116 people already in there. 25 people here. Shout out to everybody coming. So once again, John, I don't know what you do, but you got everybody out today again, bro. Like,
Yo,
so
let's go.
appreciate you, man. Let's go.
No, I love it. And actually, I didn't even go into my personal reasons for wanting to talk about this. And it really is.
Go ahead, bro.
Let's
This
go.
is your
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's
space.
go.
Go
Let's
Yeah.
go.
ahead.
Now, all I want to say is, like, I want to be able to share something with you guys where you don't feel like you have to catch up to like 500 episodes of One Piece, right? We're
Mhm.
all discovering this together at the
Mm.
same time every Wednesday, with each episode, with each issue. And we're only on issue 4, I think, right? So it's not
Mhm.
too late to go back, get these back issues, get up to speed quickly. But I just hope that when you get up to speed quickly to catch up to where we are, that you don't skip through it just because it has no words. Each frame has intent, and you'll
Mhm.
see that as we go through. But
It's
but
intense.
yeah,
It's intense. I noticed the words were short, but it's intense. I want to ask you one question before we continue.
sure.
Uh, Quinn, he usually comes through, and that's his name, right? Emoji Quinn, right?
Yeah, Quinn.
And
Mhm.
he brought up the fact that with Ultimate Spider-Man, every issue is released. It's set in that month for that issue. Is this the same? Do you have any knowledge on that?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Every
is the
single issue of the Ultimate Universe is set in live time in conjunction with every other issue from other series as well. For instance, if you go to the Ultimates, you'll actually see them indicate on the news something that just happened in the pages of Ultimate X Men. right?
Wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's all live time and it's all going month to month, and everyone's on the exact same timeline.
Yeah, and like just looking at it, because they start off some of them start off with the month, right? I know Ultimate Spider-Man started off on January, then the second one started off on February, and this one you'll see where it starts off soon as we go into it. Um, but yeah, and that's another reason why I wanted to review these kind of like in release order, because you're getting kind of like a chrono. It seems like you're getting a chronological story narrative of what's been going on. But all right, so let's jump into it. So we'll crack open the book, and once again, this does give you the background. So the maker
And we can
created.
skip through it because, like you said, you
Yeah,
guys have already talked about it. So I'll just like read through it real quick, but I
yeah,
won't
yeah,
get
sure.
too expository about like what everything means. Like you said, everyone is pretty much up to speed on the background, but I'm
Okay.
more than happy to read the paragraph for you, right?
Do you have a favorite cover though on Vivi?
Yeah, actually, it is the one that
Is this
emoji
one?
put up there. Yeah.
Wow.
See, I
Um,
Okay.
knew it. I
All
yo
right. All
mhm.
see.
right. See, I
Yeah,
like that one, but I
it,
do like the uncommon. I forgot. I'm pulling up here who did that uncommon cover, and I don't know why with the blue. It looks really good to me, man. I don't know why that doesn't get more love. But is that the uncommon? I believe so.
This
I think I
one,
have it in the
the
collection.
uncomment. Okay.
No, I
Let
mean,
me.
and my second favorite is actually, I think it's ultra rare. It's the design variant because Peach Momoko actually uses these, like the actual physical storyboards, as indicators on to remind her of how these characters are supposed to be designed and drawn as she goes like page to page, right? And so she was not expecting it to be used as a cover, but when Marvel saw it, they thought, oh my God, this would be an amazing variant cover. So they made AKA design variant for the actual functional design pages that Peach actually uses to create these comic books. So don't think that it's a fake design
Hmm.
variant cover. It actually is the actual art, sketch art that she uses
As a
to
reference.
yeah, as a reference to actually build these comics up. Yeah,
Oh,
to
that
world
is
build
that is
correctly.
sick.
Nice.
So I do have the uncommon pulled up here. I do like this one as well. It's not a peach cover. It's a Betsy Cola. So
Mm-hmm.
I do like that one where it's that's
I'm gonna look that up. Hold on.
that's not armor. That's why am I forgetting her name? Why it's Storm's daughter supposedly. What's
Maystorm.
this? May Storm. Yeah, I couldn't get it. But yeah, I like that cover a lot though. It's not a
Hold up.
peach, but I do like that cover a lot.
I'm pulling it up
And
for the
I'm telling
stream.
you, the future issues of Maystorm doesn't show up in issue one, but when she does show up, you feel very quickly, oh my God, this is like even though the X-Men is the spirit of X-Men is really in Cyclops, in the 616, we all know
Hmm.
who the most popular X-Men is Wolverine, right?
Yes.
So when
Hmm.
Yes.
Maystorm shows up, you're like, oh, this is like Wolverine showing up, right? This is like, oh, this one is going to be the most popular one, right?
That's the.
So
Gotcha.
This is the one
yeah.
you're talking about, right? I have it pulled up. The
Let me
uncommon.
see. Yep. 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 With the thunderbolt behind it,
Yeah,
and she's just like, that one's so sick to me. I
I
know
like
it's
it.
not a
I like
peach,
it. I like it.
but
And I
it's a
think
dope. It
is
gives me
this.
DBZ vibes too,
It
doesn't it?
does. Yeah, or
It
Naruto.
does.
Or
Or
Naruto
Naruto.
with the
Yes.
Rasengan.
Yes.
Isn't this Mark Brooks, the ultra rare?
No. Betsy. Oh, ultra rare. I don't have that one pulled up.
I think the ultra rare is
The,
Mark Brooks.
the ultra rare is Mark Brooks,
It is, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Some
but the
really
uncommon
really
is
nice.
Betsy Cola. Yep.
Yeah. Cool,
And
cool.
In Lee is the secret rare.
Got it.
He's a Korean artist. He's awesome. I love him.
Yeah, he's got some
This one.
fire.
Oh yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. She almost reminds me of the way she looks. It reminds me of Mikasa from Attack on Titan.
Yeah, she
Mm,
kind of has that like traditional,
wow.
like undyed kind of hair thing going on, right?
Great
Yeah.
Yeah,
reference.
yeah.
All right.
Hisako is very much
That's
a
such a great show.
traditionalist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Attack on Titan is it's a
Great
great
show.
show. Yeah.
All right. So
Chef's kiss.
let's open up the comic. You said you wanted to read. So John, we typically don't read through it because I posted in advance. So it's kind of like expecting everyone to read in advance, or if they didn't read in advance, just kind of like go through the journey. So it's more of like a
Ah, okay.
review. But if you want, I mean, you're the guest, right? So if you want to read the paragraph, you can. It's up to you.
No, it's not
But
necessary. Like you said, if people have already read it, then we could just discuss the paragraph instead of actually reading the paragraph.
okay.
And like we're just going to bring up points about it. But
Hmm.
like you said, if I go last, I'd love to hear other people's
No,
impressions
jump
of.
in. No, John, jump in at any time. If Emoji's gonna give a synopsis of what's happening and where we're at any moment, if something sticks out and you need it to be stopped, you drop your mic and you say, "Hey," and you point it out and you go on your tangent. This is what it's for. You know what I mean?
Sounds good.
Okay. So basically, the maker, who is ultimately Reed Richards, as we discovered before, has gone to a new universe to try and start the universe that he came up in. Right, and what he's been doing, for those that's new to this space, what he's been doing is ultimately changing the timeline, changing the stories, making some people that are supposed to have superpowers not have superpowers, converting, some of our heroes that we know of to his side, and ultimately molding the world into how he wants it to be, which now has made a world that is completely controlled by the maker. He has a group called the Illuminati, or pretty much like an Illuminati, where they kind of control all different parts of the world, and even going so far as to make false conflicts, just to keep the people's attention on these conflicts, as opposed to what's really going on in their real plans. So we've been diving into different portions of the story. We looked at Spider-Man and Peter Parker, and him coming to that realization that the world that he lives in has been kind of changed ultimately by the maker. We've been in the world of Ultimate Black Panther, where he's coming to realize some things that's going on with the world and his people, and the people on the outside being massacred. And now we are jumping into X-Men, or the world of X-Men, as told by Peach Momoko, where we're seeing, as far as how does this play out with the mutants, in this new world that the maker has created. So some of the characters are going to be different. Some of the timeline things are going to be different from what we're used to, because this is an alternate reality. I'll give you an example. In Spider-Man, Ben Parker's still alive, and he's best friends with J. Jonah Jameson. If you want to check that out, read Ultimate Spider-Man #1. But there are some differences. But if you understand the core concept of Marvel and the characters and stuff like that, you shouldn't be too lost. And this is pretty much kind of like a new jumping point if you want a spin on the Marvel characters that we love. Did that cover anything, or did anyone else have anything to add to that?
I think that's good, bro.
Yeah, I would just add one thing, which is people might, let's say you've never entered this universe before, and you're
Mm-hmm.
going to ask yourself, where are the X-Men, right? And and just to give people an indication, it's not like the maker did like pulled a Scarlet Witch and said no more mutants, and there are no more mutants. There are
Mm-hmm.
mutants in this universe, just not in the fashion in which you may expect. For instance, Storm is still around; she's still a mutant, but she's in Wakanda, right? The Rasputins, Magic and Colossus, they're still mutants, right? But they're basically the point of contention right now, over in Europe, right? And uh, you also have Sunfire, who's been around since, oh boy, Giant Size, X-Men, maybe even a little before, as kind of like an anti-hero type. But here he's playing the straight up villain. He's actually the Emperor of Japan, basically. And he named the land after himself, right? Which is the land of the sun, Hainokuni. So that's what you are kind of faced with right now, the deification of a mutant who controls this region. And so mutants aren't necessarily ostracized like they are in the 616. That never got off the ground. So not that Professor X and Magneto aren't needed, but they're almost like a non-existent factor, and probably, and this is just hypothetically, probably created that kind of setup by the maker to keep them out of the equation.
Yeah.
Because, and you mentioned the Illuminati. The Illuminati is actually a group, but it's a group that involves Professor X and those kind of like superpower, like
Yeah,
the
like the
six one
six
six
one
Mr.
six
Fantastic,
Illuminati.
to
Mm-hmm.
actually keep things straight and narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And the maker is definitely not straight and narrow, right?
No.
So he basically wants to take out all those kind of factors, and the mutants that could be a challenge to him, he has already taken care of, right? So that's where we are right now. The setting before we get to this land is that mutants aren't necessarily ostracized, but they aren't wildly publicized. Like there isn't a cohesive force just for mutants. They have power in their own fiefdoms, so to speak, in different ways as given right to do so by the maker. So that's kind of where we are.
Got it. Got it. Got it. All right, so that jumps us to our first few panels, right? And already off the back, you kind of see visually this is definitely different from what we've seen with the Ultimate Spider-Man and with the Ultimate Black Panther and with Ultimate Invasion. It definitely has more of a. I know you say she didn't come from manga, but it definitely has more of a manga style. So much so that I kind of wanted to read it right to left. Um, like I was going through. I really wanted to read it right to left, but you're met with and it's March, right, where it starts, and you're met with our hero, or our main character of the evening, Hisako, right? That's how you
That's right.
all right. Yeah. So you met with her, and you're kind of she's thinking about, as far as her being in middle school, and you kind of get a glimpse of what's been going on, because she says to herself that she um she hasn't been there in a while, right? But she figured ultimately she should show up because it's graduation day, and she's there, and then another group of girls are over to the side, and one girl particularly runs up to her and gives her this button. And this is why, like, I appreciated the lexicon at the end, because this was something that I was unfamiliar with, right? But she gives her this button and say, "This boy gave you his second button." And I guess I don't know if it's in Japanese culture or if it's just in the culture of this comic. But when a boy gives you their second button, it's the button that's closest to their heart, and it means that they like you. So she gives her this button, and then she runs off. But Hisaka finds out that from just the conversation and how they're giggling, that something is disingenuous about this. And here's the first part that kind of like sets the tone of the I keep wanting to say manga of the comic, is when she opens up the or prepares to look at the button. She sees a note in it, and as she prepares to pull it out, you see like this shadowy figure behind her. And as soon as she tries to look away to see what it is, it disappears. Um, Initial thoughts, artwork, uh, just even tone, because now you're introducing something that's more like cultural and things like that, that us in the West, probably most likely are unfamiliar with. I was unfamiliar with. How are you guys taking this new approach? Just
Okay.
curious.
First, for me, the first thing I thought is, why hasn't a middle schooler been at school for some time?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the deal with that? So already I'm thinking something's off, right? So antennas up, because
Mm-hmm.
why haven't you? I know my middle school. She's gonna be at school every day, so it's just
Why?
that put me on high alert
I didn't
to
go to
it.
I didn't go to high school for a lot of the time. Does that?
High school is different. I don't think you got options. You shouldn't have options when you're about a hot 11 or 12. You're around that age. You need to be in school. But I'm just saying. But
Yeah, I was showing
no.
up at
So
lunch,
so
bro.
that you came at gym, right? You started at gym. I understand.
Nah, gym was
Yeah.
first period. Lunch is when I came
Oh,
through.
oh, damn. But yeah, okay. So that put me on high alert, and then the button thing. I didn't fully. I've heard that before, right? But I
Mm-hmm.
didn't. It didn't click till you said it right now, which is cool, right?
Okay.
So that was cool. I think the whole shadowy figure popping up and disappearing. I love the way that started, because it just kind of it starts off kind of like dreary for me in a weird
Mm-hmm.
way. Like, so already I'm on, like I said, high alert. And the
Mm-hmm.
fact that this thing pops and goes, or the girl says this person over here, then it's gone, and so there's a lot of things happening there. And then of course the art is I don't know, it's just so easily to grasp. I don't know if everyone feels this. I feel like the VV community at large, and most people love Peach, so
Mm-hmm.
it has to be easily digestible for the because it's just I don't know. You just pick up on what she's delivering so easy, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what's sticking out to me so far. Again, as this goes, and I like how it's that dreariness. We're kind of getting this crush vibe, but not really, because this person just disappeared. So I really don't know where to put my finger exactly, but I do have this odd feeling already.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and even like at the first few panels, it's like pictures, no real words, and I think, I mean, I'm used to that, like with manga too, because a lot of it is very like action kind of like focused. So you'll have panels where there may not be any words; it may just be movement, or kind of like just different art depicting, you know, certain action and stuff like that. So that's another thing that kind of took me back to like just manga vibes. But Prop, John, what did you guys think of this intro?
Yeah, I thought the intro was very subtle, and again, the thing when you're reading it, it's like, like you're here for a reason, so you're giving a lot of grace for the artist. I think the art style is really cool.
Mm.
It's definitely an art style that I haven't come across in a comic book. Even though I haven't read a lot of them, but
But even with the Ultimates that
uh,
we've been reviewing, this is leaps and bounds different.
yeah, exactly. It's very, very different. And I like the difference, right? I
Mm-hmm.
like the difference. I mean, I don't expect to see this art style in a Marvel comic book or X-Men comic book. So that alone is, some intrigue and will carry you. I don't really know how other comic book connoisseurs will, have taken that. And I know John is like a little bit biased because he likes Peach a lot, but so I'm
Mm-hmm.
definitely more curious to like your take on it because like a lot of different genres of comic book stuff too. So I think Boogie pretty much kind of gave a really good take. Like most of the stuff I would say, to be honest. So I'm not going to go on too long about it. But I think the intro was pretty much, like I said, pretty subtle, and a lot of grace is given because it's so different, and you're headed somewhere. Maybe not like, I you didn't really get the vibes that something big is building up, but something is definitely going to be
Something eerie's
interesting.
happening. Something eerie's
Right,
happening. Yeah.
right.
Um, John, John, what about you for the intro?
Yeah. Yeah. So let's go back to this first page for a second.
Sure.
I want to note something about the first panel, the first splash panel, and then the third panel. It's just a little note,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like an artistic signature, right? Which is that's a peach blossom tree, right? And
Mm.
so I mean, of course, it's Peach Momoko, right?
Wow.
S
Wow,
Mm.
John. This is what you're here for, bro. I seen it, but I didn't even make it. Go ahead, man. That's
Yo,
good.
I
I
thought
like it.
I didn't even know that that was a thing. I thought it was just cherry blossoms. I didn't know that they were. Okay, yeah, John Cook. John Cook.
Right,
Yeah, he's
right.
cooking, bro. Already.
S-
Go ahead.
so and you're right, like there's a cherry blossom festival usually at the end of end of the season, right, and all that,
Sakura Matsuri.
right. But see, sakura uh i- is is very interesting to talk about, like flowering trees and the absence of being able to retain your form, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so peach is very much about these the flowering trees, or the flowers that represent death,
Mm.
kind of motif, right? So cherry blossom trees, peach blossoms, they tend to have beauty once they have fallen, right? Or in
Mm.
the art of falling, right? And so what you have in the first panel is this flowering tree, and then you can just follow the pattern of the falling leaf uh, down to her feet, right?
Mm.
And so if you look at the first panel and then you look at the third panel, that's the beginning and the end of that flowering petal's journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the middle, what do you have in the middle? You have all these faceless children, of which who you cannot see their eyes, right? Because eyes are the window to the soul, and they're all facing away from our protagonist, right? So this gives you a severe case of alienation, non-communication, isolation, right?
This man's a
And
peach expert. This man is a
Yo,
peach expert.
yo, this is
This
hold
man
on.
is a peach expert. I just want y'all to know we got the peach expert up here. This is it. This is it.
Yo, this is the craziest breakdown I've ever seen for
Yeah,
like
this
a
is
comic
wild.
panel before.
First panel emoji.
Yo,
What are we doing right
yo,
now?
yo, this breakdown is wild right now.
and
Yo,
and
This is
and
yo,
it's
keep
go,
keep
go cook,
cooking, keep
John.
cooking, John.
Go cook.
Keep
Right.
cooking, John.
and at this point, remember, there are no words yet, right? So these
Mm-hmm.
first three panels are basically like a haiku, right? A visual haiku, and it has a beginning, a middle, and the end. And what you get from this is already telling you, this is the author talking to you right now, right? And she's not going to be as prevalent in other parts of this book, but this is her basically bearing to you her intent. And what she's saying is, what the X-Men mean to me is that the X-Men are the other. The X-Men are the non-accepted. The X-Men are the ones who the rest of society turns away from. And how do you feel when you are an X-Men? You feel isolated. You feel like everyone else is pointing one direction, uh, in direction that you cannot see, and you have to make your own way, right? And so 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 she is already in the first three panels telling you what she wants to tell you about how she is going to handle a very, very important franchise like the X-Men, right? So now that that expectation has been set, now you're going to see on how she delivers upon that expectation, right? So now let's go to the next part, which is the milling crowds, and they're all going towards a direction of exit, right? So you see all these like heads, and like the kind of like the, you know, the sameness of it, and the hegemony of it, and the crowdness of it, and they're all headed this one direction, and they're all doing it in their own like cliques and like their friendships and everything. But again, take a look at the last panel of the first page. That's all of them looking at each other, looking at their friends, looking at their social groups, and they're already ahead, right? They've already kind of basically passed it by. And you see our protagonist, like literally left alone. She's putting on her outside shoes, because that's what those cubby holes are, by the way. It's like when you take off your inside slippers
Yeah,
and
they
you
don't
put on
wear
your
shoes
outside
inside.
shoes, right? And so she's like left behind, and so this gives you an additional sense of abandonment, right? And so without her having to tell you that this is where her headspace is at, and this is where her emotional heft is, you already uh, like get where she's coming from. But she is not begging for your sympathy. She is literally, you are just literally observing her reality, right? And so that's what Peach does as well too. She doesn't knock you over the head with anything. She lets the exposition represent itself slowly and sleep into you as these visuals kind of hit you thematically, and you're like, oh, okay, eventually I get it. Hisako is isolated and she's alone, and I don't know why, but I feel that sense of loss, right? And you also get that as well, which is, she used to belong, but now she's ostracized, and it's just like it was said before. Why is this the case, right? So there's a lot of mystery built into this as well, and we're like, why is she in this condition? Why is everyone else seem to be on the same page and she's not on this same page, right? So there you go. That's page one. So
Yo,
So,
that
John,
is
you cooked that, but I got a
yo,
question. I got, yeah, that's a moment of silence type of thing. That was crazy,
yo.
bro. Like that was wild. But I have one question, and
yep.
this is for everybody up here.
Mhm.
Out of all the Ultimates, we've done Black Panther, we've done, the Maker story, everything. What is, John? I know you. The way you broke that down, we know you're going with Peach. What was the best art? What was the
Art?
best visual pleasing that we've seen
Yo.
so far?
Art?
Thus far.
I don't
Yeah,
think
Damn,
that's
that's
a
thus
a
fair
far.
question.
yeah, that's a really tough question, bro.
I'm just saying, but this is an individual question. Everybody's gonna have something different. I
Yo,
just wanted to know
you know
kind of
you
what are we
yo
gravitating
yo
towards.
Bug, you know what my bias is, right?
I know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me. I want to hear
Like
it. This
yo,
is why
like
we ask these questions.
yeah. Now I'm going Peach all the way, man. I'm going Peach all the way. If we're talking
Yeah.
art, I'm going Peach all the way.
For me, I'm
Yeah.
gonna I'll have to stick with I would have to stick with Ultimate Spider-Man. I just like how in grounded in reality it looks. But with this, like I don't know if anybody's made the reference yet, but it's immediately like as I'm getting going through it and reading it, the tone, the look, it's all reminiscent of Studio Ghibli, in my opinion.
Studio Ghibli.
It's amazing you should actually say that, because She says that one of her main influences when she was growing up as a child was actually Studio Ghibli, and that was prior
Mm.
to her actually becoming an artist, right?
Yeah,
But
dude.
that
Wow.
actually stands for most Japanese school children of a certain age, right? They all grew up on Totoro, they all grew up on Kiki, right? So, but that
What
is
about
absolutely an
Anpan Man?
influence. Anpanman is not Studio Ghibli.
I just had to throw that in there. I remember that. I didn't forget about that. Go ahead. Yeah, you tell us about that.
Yo, but I'll say in terms of
But yeah,
art,
even Spirited Away, like I could see her in, like,
oh
yeah,
yeah,
I could see it. I
in
could see. I
terms of
could
the
see it. Yeah.
supernatural, like super imposing upon the natural world, and then upon that placing the face of where the modern world is going to progress, right? So that Studio Ghibli's very good at layering, and you will see that later on in this. And the
Mm.
cool, and I don't want to get too much into it because we're going to talk about it, is every time you see this, just know that Peach is operating on 3 or 4 levels, right?
Mm.
So you have like the poetic level, you have the visual level, but she also has the spiritual slash supernatural level,
Horror. Yeah.
and th- and
Yeah.
then and then she has the comic book level, right? And so you still, I mean, this is still an X-Men book, this is still a mutant book, right? And so she has not forgotten that, and she's told you by the first 3 panels that she has not forgotten that, but she has all these other things that she's overlaying on top of that that will make this a very enriching experience for you as you flow through it. So it can be as superficial as you want it to be, and just say, oh, it looks like a schoolgirl, like a daily life kind of story that just goes horribly wrong, uh-oh. Or you can read more into it and actually discover those layers that Peach is putting in, and she is putting work in. Even though everything looks quite simplistic, it's again, it's telling many emotions, like feelings, spiritual positions,
Well, as we
based
get
on
in,
something very simple.
as we
Yeah.
get into it, I mean, this is the darkest story that we've seen so far in the Ultimate Universe. Like this is like
Ooh, wait,
even the
wait, wait. Are you
tones,
talking future? Are you talking future? Or are we talking right? Because I like to talk
right?
about
From
right now.
from
I don't.
everything
I'm
from
not reading
everything
ahead.
No, from everything that no, I'm sorry, this comic. From everything that we've read so far, this is the darkest story that like, yo, there's a disclaimer at the end of this book, bro.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
even like this is
yeah,
literally
I
the
agree with that
darkest.
100%.
Yeah.
yeah, bro.
Which is, which goes to show as far as her tones when it comes to horror, and how she does that, and how she touches on things that like are are very, very powerful subjects, and very, very scary and deep subjects.
Yeah, Peach is
So
not
yeah.
pulling many punches here. She is actually displaying a lot of truth here, but
Mm-hmm.
the layers might confuse you into thinking that, she is being kind of superficial in ways, but it's actually only so you have easily accessible vehicle into the unknown, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in other
But
words,
that
you
is
would,
what X Men's
yeah.
about, though, John. Right? This like it's based off of that type of realness. You know what I'm saying? X Men has always been kind of controversial as far as like the topics it
Touching on
touches.
real world issues and stuff
Yeah,
like
if
that,
you
right?
go deep into those subjects. So yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, and absolutely, and actually, there are some parallels here that she is writing actually about these characters. That in the 616, I gave a little bit of homework. You didn't have to do it, but if you
Mm-hmm.
saw what happened to these characters in the 616, you will see that the themes that were
I did read
investigated for
that
these characters,
some parallels in
they
what
had some
happened
of
with
those themes in
Hisako.
there as
Yeah.
well, right? So it's not like she is just doing it to be shocking, right? She's actually doing it to be faithful to these characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but she's telling it in a way that you're like, oh my god, how did we get here, and how am I so invested in it? Why am I thinking these thoughts? And they can be very troubling if you've never kind of investigated, and before you, especially if you're kind of young and impressionable. And hell, man, if you need that hotline, call that hotline by the end, because I don't think she really pulls that many punches when she really starts deeply investigating some of this
Yeah.
stuff. And even a visual format, like you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm actually, I get why someone would think these thoughts because of the way that she is telling the
Mm-hmm.
story, right? So, but yeah, what are we on page
Let's
three?
yeah let's
So
yeah
we
let's
should
let,
keep
let's
going.
let's jump
Yo,
into
yo,
it.
I
All
think
right.
I think Prop wanted to say something real quick though.
Oh,
We
what's
we
good,
need to
bro?
let Prop
yeah.
say
He
something.
didn't. He didn't pick his book. He didn't pick his book. If he cares.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I appreciate you, RX. I know I can get lost. But yeah, I think that the first book, um, I feel like what was our first book? I think it was the
The
ultimate
Ultimate Invasion number
um
one.
Evasion.
Ultimate
Ultimate
Invasion.
Invasion. Yeah, I think the Ultimate Invasion book is still uh at the top, but I feel like because there was just a lot with that. There's a lot of
I agree.
original.
Look, I
There was
agree.
a
I
lot of
agree with you.
original. There's a lot of original creativity in there, but I do think that the subtleness of what Peach it does is just it is a higher level of artistry to be this subtle and to pack this much meaning and emotion into it, and to be just who she is, right? Like she's not really like trying to create something so that it's digestible for like all crowds or something. Like you know what I mean? Like you
Mm.
could tell in these panels that it's just her. Like John said when you first came into the space and spoke about it. It's like like this is into the mind of her. You know what I mean? So I feel like more inclined to lean this way. I would have to go back and look at the other book because that's a really good question, Boogie. Like we've done some books and I feel like artwork. I feel like it's a big component of this, and obviously emoji streaming the comic books at this point. So I feel like it's definitely a question. I think that's going to continue to come up. Is like what we feel about the best artwork about these books. I think it's a big thing. So right now I'm leaning more towards Peach. Uh,
Do we
yeah,
remember who did that artwork? I'm with you, Prop. I agree with you. I didn't answer it.
Oh,
I'm
for
leaning
Ultimate
towards
Invasion?
Peach. Yeah, who did that artwork?
I
I
don't
forgot who
know.
did that.
I don't know. I know Jonathan
But
Hickman wrote it, but I don't know who did the
yes,
art.
and the story is exceptional. Prop. Me
Mm-hmm.
and you are both on it. It was
yeah,
almost cinematic how they did that with how he switched the bodies and
Yeah.
made this the guy the crew that came in that
It was
story.
a story that
mhm.
sold me.
Yo, it was
Yeah.
it was. I mean, this is up there with it, like because Peaches, the way John broke that down, this is ridiculous. The layers, and I'm all for the spirituality part of it. So bringing that in, even with her armor, that's maybe why she chose to highlight this character
Wait, we didn't get there
because of
yet. We
that.
didn't. We didn't get to armor yet. We didn't
Oh
get to armor
yeah,
yet.
but yeah, but yeah, my bad.
I
It's
feel you.
just
I feel you. I feel
John
you.
Yo,
got me
did
hyped.
y'all
Let's all
did
right. Let's go. Let's go.
do y'all feel like like last point I wanted to ask really quick, when y'all were reading this, right? The fact that there's like limited dialogue, did it almost look animated to you on its own? Like when I was reading it, it looked like I could see
Yeah,
the
yeah,
animation.
yeah. You can
Yeah,
kind of get that
Um,
out
yeah,
of it. Yeah,
I got
yeah.
that the set because I normally read it a few times. I got it the second time. I got it the second time I read it, but I kind of like processed it a little bit more and was more into it. So yeah, yeah.
So Marvel has to go off of X's. Marvel has a 1 minute and like maybe 50-second clip of the panels being played almost like in a
Like a movie.
theatrical, like in a
Oh.
movie type of
Hmm.
way. And the exact way he just described that is how it was almost playing in my mind. And that's a damn good job of her because
Yeah, bro. It was
Hmm.
like
each
I was like,
panel
man, I would
connected.
watch this as an
Moves. It
anime in
moves.
Yes,
Yeah.
itself.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, it moves itself, and I think that that's a signature with manga, because a lot of the manga that I read is like that. It's very focused on movement.
is somebody speaking?
Um,
I might be wrong.
yeah,
Yeah, I
can
hear
can you hear
emoji.
me?
Emoji speaking.
Prop, can you hear me?
I'll be right back.
All right, let's let him.
Yeah, he'll be
We'll
back.
bring him back. But
Yeah,
but yeah, with
let's
with
move it on.
manga, what
This is
happened?
crazy.
Yeah,
Oh no, go
it's
ahead. It's going with manga. Okay.
yeah, with manga is very focused on movement, and that's another reason why I kind of felt like I was reading a manga while I was going through this. But let's jump to the next because we got a lot to cover. So yeah, to wrap it up, she gets the button, she sees there's a note at the back of it, and there's this shadowy figure behind her, and then she looks behind her, what's going on, and it disappears. So the next thing, she opens up the note, and it pretty much tells her, hold on, let me zoom in a little bit. Meet me at the temple in the mountain behind the school. Our time has come, my friend. Right? Emphasis on the word friend. So she's kind of like, who is this from? Like, I don't really, I haven't even been here. I don't even know anyone like that. This is mad random. And but she goes anyway. She goes to the temple, and she's waiting there. And then she looks, she looks out, and she sees a boy, right? And then the next panel it goes into, and she's like, no, that can't be him. And here's where you get the introduction, or her introduction I should say, to, let me just let Prop back in, her introduction to the shadowy figure that we saw in the first one. And there's a conversation that they have ultimately, and they're talking about the friend, or the boy. And hold on real quick, hold on. Sako. Yeah, and then he gives the shadow gives her a charm, um, which then she has a flashback as far as who gave her that charm, and it was the boy that you saw over there. So pretty much what you're discovering from this, right, is, hold on, I don't want to go that far yet. She sees a boy that she knows she shouldn't see, and there's a shadowy figure that's kind of like reminding her about him. And then when she thinks about him, she sees as far as some of the things that he went through, and you see him being bullied, and you see her trying to, I guess in a sense, comfort him, but it's like the comfort that you give that doesn't really help the situation. um, which is a lot, things you can see a lot in real life, right? Like, um, why don't you, just do this, or why don't you, do that? But it's not really helping them out of the situation, and ultimately, you can see from the panels his sense of abandonment, right? Like that last, I have it up right now. The panel to the right, the last panel to the right, I think that kind of like tells it all, because you see him crouched over it, you see her ultimately walking away, and that that was interesting, because whatever this shadowy figure is, and I have thoughts on what the shadowy figure is, which actually is even crazier, or who the shadowy figure is. But that's something that, like, it. What's the best way to say it? You can see how that would weigh on someone, right? As far as just thinking you're being there and not, and then what we find out from the next part is that this boy ended up committing suicide. So now we get more of a picture as far as why she hasn't been in school for as long as she's been in school. Um, and internally what may be bothering her through this shadowy figure that's bringing up, all of this. What are you guys' take on this at this particular point in the story?
Dark as hell, bro. Like that's the stuff. Like how we said with Spider-Man, pick a direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
This She's leaning all the way into this realism, like this real life situations, like, and that is always gonna grasp the. And then, like John said, there's those layers. So if how deep do you want to go with this? But
Mm-hmm.
surface level, right away, the way it's drawn, the way it's colored, that, like I said, she maintains that. Would you say that you used the perfect word? I said dreary, but you said
But I
eerie.
say
Like,
sense of horror, because, yo, check this, right? Like,
yes.
if you look at the bottom right, right, you see her. There's like the picture of a little, a foot hitting her head. Next thing,
Mm-hmm.
you see the
Yo,
boy hanging
bro,
above her.
come on, that
Like,
is,
talk about, like, just
come
scary.
Yeah,
on.
and that's why I started getting the Studio Ghibli vibes, because it's like it always does that quick turn, you know what I mean? Like, the one I think of the most is uh damn, I'm drawing a blank. Princess Mononoke. Like, that movie's crazy because it just gets wild with the art style, and it looks so beautiful, and then it gets like really horrific, you know what I mean, in an instant, and you're just like, you know you're going into this thing thinking it's like a lighthearted, kind of like, I mean, that
A
story's a
hundred
little darker,
percent.
but
Mm-hmm.
it just
That
took a
definitely
crazy
got.
turn.
I just want to real quick also give a disclaimer for everyone here, and also on the stream right now. Uh, like I said, this is one of the darkest stories that we've experienced so far in the Ultimate Universe. But it is a very, very serious tone about a very, very serious subject. So just want to give that disclaimer for everyone here. Um,
Are you
Yeah,
ready for some
Mamoru.
really
yeah,
poetic discourse?
Hit us with
Let's
yeah,
it.
go.
yeah,
Okay, you ready?
yeah.
Okay, so Hisaku's friend,
Mm-hmm.
right? His name is Subasa, right? And Subasa, if you translate it, it it stands for wings, right? Like the wings of a bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you see him when he's in happier times, you'll see like his favorite sport, and he plays with her, and he plays with his buddies on the team and everything, is basketball, right? So in some ways, like we can, as children, we can relate, and from our childhood we can relate. What did you want to do? You wanted, this was your source of freedom, right? You get on the court and you fly like Mike, you know what I mean, like Nike Air, right? And so that's the way that he was able to elevate and take off and find his freedom, right? And obviously, you see, the turn where his wings got clipped, and you see him grounded, and you see him literally turning into like a rock, and all of these shadowy figures are like hovering over him, and for whatever reason there
Hmm.
will be, it diminishes, you know like the best the best representation of himself he could have been, which is
You can't even see
uh
his face anymore. It's blurred out when it
right.
hits him.
So, and as you know, especially in Chinese, I mean, sorry, in Japanese mythology or ideology, names have power, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, something or someone or he himself took away the power of wings, right, from him, and then he committed suicide. I want to let you guys know that this has a parallel to the original storyline, because Armor had a best friend when she was in the X-Men school, I believe in the first Ultimate Universe, right? Uh, and her best friend, the mutant, was named Wing, right?
Mm.
And the reason why Wing committed suicide in that universe was because his mutant powers were taken away from him, and so he literally was grounded, right? And because he felt like such important part of who he was, because his powers and his identity were, and his name basically like meant nothing, he fell into depression to the point where he committed suicide. So that is the original X-Men story of Wing. And see, now you have the Japanese version of Wings, aka Subasa, who is somewhat following suit, but perhaps for different reasons that we might discover later. But that's the premise, that if you are an X-Men reader, remember how I said there are several layers? If you're
Mm-hmm.
an X-Men, aka comic book reader, you pick up on that quickly, and you're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh wow, this is actually quite similar to the origin story of Armor and how she ultimately became a hero.
Became.
But at this stage, all you know is she just lost her best friend, and her best friend lost all hope, and felt like his wings were clipped for some reason, and then he committed suicide. Right. So that's kind of what the whole setup is. But the interesting thing about this, and if you'll notice this, is that in all of the coloring of it, it turns gray and it turns black and white, turns grayscale. But the one thing that does not is the token that he gives her, right? And that token that he gives her, that amulet that he gives her, is of that Japanese depiction of samurai armor, and it is covering the basically the soul, which is that golden figure in the middle, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so this represents his friendship to her, right? And like, you understand what it means that this shadowy figure gave it back to her, because that meant at some point after his suicide, she abandoned it,
Discard.
right? She discarded it, right? Because of her guilt.
Wow.
And you felt her guilt by the following page, where it's like, see, because that part was monochrome a little bit, but it's almost black and white on the next page, where you see him being isolated and being crushed like a rock, right? And and the reason why Hisaka is the only one in color is because she was the one in isolation of that whole story. She feels guilt because she feels like she was separated from Subasa's story,
Mm-hmm.
and she, through her ignorance or through her innocence, for whatever reason, she did not reach out to him in the narrative that led to his death. So she was not part of it, and so that's how come she is in color there, while everything else is in like the depths of like black and white and despair, right? So if you marry the two pages together, you will see that, right? You will see that on the left side, Subasa giving her this amulet. That's the only thing in color. And on the right side is the way that she depicts everything in her mind, which is she's the only one in color because everything that she should have reached out to, she did not reach out to. So she isolated herself and she felt like she victimized him by uh, contributing to his isolation that led to his death, right? So that's the kind of emotional level that she is operating on, which we understand as hopefully as adults, it does not need to be that straightforward. Like she does not need to blame herself that much, but to a teenage
As a
girl,
kid, yeah, and that's your friend.
Exactly.
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
level of which you're operating, right? So you are getting to inside of her head. She like Peach Momoko's not necessarily trying to get into your head. She's trying to bring a window into
to her.
Hisako's head and inviting you into her head, into her emotions, and where she's at and where she's most vulnerable for attack, which this shadow figure is attacking,
Yeah,
right? So literally, she is undergoing the first X-Men war or X-Men battle, and you can see it being played out here, and it's being played out on the
Wow,
emotional
that was a great
level.
way to put it. The first X-Men battle for her, bro. That was a great way to put it.
hmm
I like that.
yeah,
I
and
like
it's
that.
interesting because like I knew about wing, right, but I didn't do the parallel between Subasa meaning wing, right. So that's really interesting. But I see Prop has his hand up. What's good, Prop?
Yeah. So my again once again great. Like I think people that select these books, um, our great guests we obviously have, but like from week to week, like they're offering like a lot of insight. So it's a genius idea having the people that select the books up as a guest and stuff. So it's just like, to be honest, it's like invaluable insight into the book, especially John being such a connoisseur of like heat and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
um, yeah, so I'm definitely learning a lot more than what I would have been able to see in just one or two reads. I'm sure John probably read it multiple times, um, and just knows her art style in general. But for me, when we started going down this road, um, I felt like initially this might be like a plot device. It's just a thing that happened, and like it kind of is, and I know we're gonna get into more of it later. And are they gonna like lean into? I'm sorry, is she going to lean into like this friend? Like is this thing with this friend going to be a big thing? And I think it goes down a really pretty creative and interesting path, whether it's like kind of vague or not. Um, but my initial thing is like, oh wow, like this. I didn't say it was dark, but I thought it was maybe unusual for what I expected for Peach and her story of her writing, right? Maybe I didn't expect that from her, but it's definitely made me see her differently in terms of an artist now. You know what I mean? And I think that was the important takeaway just from changing, not changing, but introducing this type of content or this piece of the.
Yeah, I think you know what it is. I think with Peach because her art is very beautiful, right? Like even going back to the flowers and the peach blossoms and things like that. Like there's a lot of beauty in her art. So I think off of in like just initial impression, you may not see the darkness right away until delving into more of the story or more into the art. Or there's a such thing as like darkness and beauty and things like that. And I think she she covers that perfectly. Where she takes this I guess horror you could yeah horror is what you can call it, and then she overlays it in just this beauty of how she puts together art, and then still at the same time because this is her first I guess run at a Marvel line, right? Like X-Men correct me if I'm wrong, John, but this Ultimate X-Men line
It
is her
is.
first Marvel run, right? So now we're seeing her literally carry an entire storyline of such a big IP, like X-Men, and see how she tells the story along with her art.
Yeah,
Um,
Demon Days and Demon Wars were limited series. This is, like you said, her first regular series run. That is correct.
yeah. So yeah, so very powerful, very chilling start. And we weren't the only one that was like kind of creeped out by this whole her friend like hanging above her, because she apparently was too, because she jetted out of there, right? On her bike, and she's pretty much saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm
Ooh,
sorry.
can we stop before that?
Yeah.
Can we, I mean, let's go to the page right before that where
Sure.
I mean, there's a bit of mystery here, right? Because she sees like basically these tokens on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we will realize later what that is. But I think Western audiences know enough about kind of what dolls are
Yeah, I was gonna say
to
it looked like a
understand
voodoo
there's enough
Yep.
doll.
translation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that doesn't get lost in translation. You understand that when you see that, that is out of place, right? So that is out of place from the psychological attack that she's getting, right? When she kind of and we didn't even talk about the page before that. You know what that is? That is her becoming victorious over that initial attack, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
what she was in before was a malaise that could have led to depression, right? And as you know, depression is the absence of all emotion. What this creature wants from her, what this antagonist wants from her, is emotion from her, but it's the emotion of revenge, driven by guilt, right, and fear. And so she is victorious in battling against that, and for the first time she is aware of her surroundings, right, her like aka real life surroundings. So this is the first real world clue that we're getting, that something is not just happening in her head, that is something is actually happening in
In
the
real
aka
life.
real world, right? So
Yeah.
this voodoo doll
Yes.
clue should be remembered in future issues, right? So this is a key thing, but it's almost short enough where Peach almost wants you to gloss it over and almost forget it, just like Hisako kind of forgets it later on because something so traumatic happens right after, which is she gets kicked in the back of the freaking head by a hanging version of Subasa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and then, but her reaction to it again is not malaise, is not depression, it's fear, right?
Yeah.
So
Just get
what
out of
she
here.
is, yeah, so what she's building up to, and I don't think people know. And here's the comic book level: do people know how people become mutants in the 616? The general idea of it is that in your adolescence, during the age of like puberty, there is a heightened event that triggers the X gene to realize itself for the first time. And it can be because of something physical, it can be because of something emotional, but usually it's something to get like, you know, your adrenaline kicking into high gear. And it,
Catalyst.
right, a catalyst, right? And so what you're seeing happen page after page is her literally being pulled out of like the hopelessness of her malaise by forces out of her control,
Great
and and,
connection.
and yet it's building. It's like emojis drop, right? We're building to the drop, and you're seeing all this internal conflict that she's being forced to confront, and yet she's battling against, and it's building and it's building and it's building. And what we're getting to, and the big payoff is the uh, the triggering of her X gene, right? But we're getting there. We're not quite there yet, but you're seeing it being built up in real time, page by page, and you can feel that tension building and building, and her emotions rising and rising as we go through this narrative. Just
Mm-hmm.
letting you
I
know.
don't think we can review another
I
Peach book without having John up here. Yeah, I don't. I think that's a
Yo,
rule.
John is the official Peach reviewer for everything we do
Yeah,
Peach.
that's a rule.
I mean, if he's
Real
down
quick
for it, I'm
question.
down for it.
Real quick question. Real quick
Mm-hmm.
question. I got to do it. Being that we speak about Peach's art so much, and this is her first full series run that she'll be doing, right? And we see limited words being used. Are we, I don't want to put her writing against her art, but I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna need some answers
Mm.
because is there power in the fact that she's using very limited words that then says her art's that good, or she's just using the word placement so well that it lends to the story. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to ask here?
I
Because
think,
I can't.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
and I think I think this, right. Um, art tells a story in itself, right? Like even when you look at
Nice.
pictures, when you hear listen to music and stuff like that, and the more powerful art tells the biggest story, right? Because it can put you there, and there is no words. And I think Peach is an artist. She knows that, and I think she's kind of like she has found, right, that that perfect balance where you can have art that tells itself, right, and then put the words that you need. And I'll throw this at you, right? And this is just, and maybe I may be the only one that looks at it like this, right? I may be the only one that looks at it like this, but we have a lot of comics on the app, right? And I've noticed that a lot of the comics that are like older, right? There's obviously more text boxes. There's more like dialogue and stuff like that, and dialogue heavy. I find that the stories that kind of like pull me in more so are stories that the art tells the story, and visually, like you follow the art through the story, and the words are there when it matters, right? And I think that's, I mean,
I
that over
agree.
time, yeah, has how comics has evolved in kind of like just having that perfect balance between art and storytelling, and letting that blend to tell the story. But
That's a
what's
damn
up, Prop?
good question. That's a damn good answer, bro. I
Thank
like
you, I
that.
appreciate that.
Oh,
What's up,
you know
Prop?
what? Is Prop up here? Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want to say one thing to Prop,
yeah.
which
Go ahead.
is, yeah, Prop. You know that, like, say in rap, you have callbacks, right? And they're poetic callbacks, right? Like, you have a line, you have a verse, and it means a certain thing, depending on where you are in your whole line, right? But then later on, you will do a callback to that line because it is developed to the point where the listener is ready for that line, right? And so I want to point out a very important artistic callback that Peach does at the height of terror, which is when she looks over her shoulder and she sees the depiction of Subasa looking down at her with like that kind of hanged pose. What is happening here? You
Crazy.
look at her eyes, look at his expression. The eyes are making the connection. And if you remember in the first page, no one was making a visual connection with her. She herself was looking at her feet. She was turtling
Mm,
up. She was trying to hide. She was trying to escape. She wanted to disappear. But here, she's being confronted with this stark reality of connection that she has been trying to avoid, like the unavoidable, in her mind, truth of the matter. But what she had hoped for when someone reached out to her would be like a loving look of compassion, of sympathy. But instead, what she is getting is this look of hatred, of judgment, of all the things that she was afraid that she would see when she actually would connect again, especially with the person who she has wronged, right? And so this is why it's the height of horror, because it's a callback to knowing that this teen was trying to do everything in her God-given life to avoid this moment, and you're seeing this moment unfold, right? And so
mm.
that is the psychological
Wow.
trauma that's happening right in the moment that she's literally running for her life away from the image that you just saw, right? This is why it's at the height of, like, like the thing that she most want to escape from. So this is true horror, right? To a teen, it's not necessarily a slasher
That was
flick.
great to
Yeah.
point out that she's running from this. I didn't I felt it, but in my mind I didn't make that
Well,
connection
she
until
wasn't
you
in
pointed.
school for she left
Yeah,
school. She hasn't even been in
if
school,
she's
right?
run, but we
Yeah.
feel that, and when he
Mhm.
puts it into those type of words,
Yeah.
it makes it hit a little bit different. That,
Mhm.
like she said, now she's confronted with the moment, and we feel this, but like we said, it's done through the art, so it's giving me that feeling. But I didn't literally put the words didn't come from my it didn't I couldn't get those words out, but yeah, John,
And
man,
you understand that in therapy you have to confront these demons, but this is not the way to go about it. This villain is
yeah,
literally forcing her to confront her trauma in order for her to be used for the
And
tool of
putting the
his
guilt on
revenge.
her, cause he
Right.
says that, like,
yep.
we're responsible. You're equally responsible for this. So it's not like Yeah.
Right.
Wait,
Let me.
John, you got your first 100 from Gregory. I've never seen him do emote anything. I've
Yo,
never.
Gregory gave a
Yeah,
hundred.
yeah. Gregory gave you 100, bro. I've never seen Gregory do anything like besides
Oh
bringing
my.
up the book and stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's as
Wow.
if Shirley Lowe
Wow.
actually like gave me a follow. What's happening here?
Yo, what's up, prop?
Yeah, I bet all y'all listening didn't know we had this much juice in the peach. Um, so you're welcome. Number one. Two, John, thanks for coming through with that
100%.
explanation because that's kind of where I was going. So you kind of like took it and ran with it anyway. But I just wanted to point out, you know, like to the original question Boogie was asking, you know, is it her leaning on her art? Um, you know, does she really have the license to really write any and everything? And you know what I'm saying? Like, does she have that kind of? And I think she does, right? And it's like, where's the balance of, are you like, do you have the ability to write, a super compelling story with all this dialogue and cohesiveness and all whatever, or are you just being subtle because you're more of like a illustrator, right? And and look, I think that remains to be seen, but so far so good,
Mm,
right? I'm not gonna jump the gun and say,
mm.
I want to go into the whole series, but obviously this is like she's from where she's from. I know John said that or I feel like it was John who kind of alluded to said she's not a manga artist. She's like kind of like a fine artist or whatever, and I get that. But I do think that with just in general, a slow burn and a slow cook is kind of just what happens when when you're from those parts of the world. So I'm ready for the slow burn. But the point of what I'm saying is like I think my answer is that it's all about pace and it's all about timing and it's all about understanding dynamics of what it is that you're really trying to do, right? So whether it's you with telling a story through visuals, or it being dialogue heavy, like some of the books that we've already written that have pretty much amazing dialogue for comics, obviously. I think with Peach is such a fine artist that she can only really um, do something that's a bit more minimal, less literal, um, and have it
Ooh,
come out,
ooh.
the way that's coming out. But I think even with the artistry being very high and very minimal and impactful in its minimal ways, I think that it still comes down to pacing, right? The reason why we love the Ultimate Invasion so much is because of the pacing with the heavy dialogue, even without a lot of action, right? This is obviously visual heavy. I do think it is dialogue heavy, even though there's not that much dialogue. There's like it's really the dialogue, like you know what I mean. Like I haven't bought into it not being really like this thing where she's taking you through most of the book with pictures. Obviously, there's a lot of visuals, but I feel like it's a good balance. And
Mhm.
so to me, it's going to come down to pacing and when she's delivering the goods, so to speak. You know what I mean?
I
So
think you, bro.
that's kind of how I see it.
Nah, you nailed that with the. I didn't think about that word pacing, bro. That's what it. Beautiful pacing, bro. And like you said, Ultimate Invasion. That's exactly what I feel. I think me and you are thinking the same thing with this, bro. And the pace, like you said, I didn't think of that word on my own. This is coming from you, but that's what I was like. I said that's what I was feeling. Couldn't think of the word, but it's definitely the pace, bro. How she's it doesn't need like you said. I 110% agree with you, bro. I don't even need to go on any tangent, bro. But I like how you put that all together. Can't lie.
I just want to say real quick too for anyone that joined the space recently. You can follow along with us. The visuals are pinned to the top. We have a visual component up there as we go through the panels of this book. So definitely feel free to click that so you can see what we're talking about. But this brings me to one of my favorite like kind of like parts that happen in this book, right? So she's escaping from the image of Subasa, and you see her on the bike, and this is kind of like what really reminded me like of manga too. Is you see the movement, her racing out, the close up on her face, and really all you're seeing is I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, right? Like just running through her head, and it shows a visual of the little charm. She closes her eyes, and even when she closes her eyes, she can't escape Subasa because that's what she sees. Literally, as soon as she closes her eyes, she sees Subasa, opens up her eyes, and then whatchamacallit, she she hears him. Hold on, I gotta dial back. I gotta make this a little bit bigger. So she hears him behind her, and he says, "Why are you running away? You're the one who told me not to run." Yo, like, yo, so
Yo,
so so here
this is
here
dark, bro. This is it's a lot.
so that shakes her. That shakes her where she even looks around, like she looks behind her while she's riding this bike, like what the heck is happening? And while she does that, a car comes out of nowhere and smashes into her, and that's when you get a first glimpse of the armor,
Ooh,
her
before we
mutant
get there
ability.
though,
Hmm.
before we get there, let's talk about like that I'm sorry scene for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Hmm.
I want to point out, and again, she gives you these visual bookmarks, right?
Hmm.
Because when he's hanging in effigy and when she runs away, there's two faces looking at her, right? There's
Hmm.
one which
Yes.
is
Yes.
Subasa, who is like being used as a puppet for the puppet master's needs, right? And the puppet master is actually that mask looking figure that's staring at her in order to try to get her on his side for revenge, right?
But
That
he's still wearing Subasa's face.
but we know that depicts the enemy,
Yeah, yeah,
right? And
yep.
so that is the face that we see behind her when he says the line, "You told me not to run." So it's actually not Subasa who's actually
Hmm.
saying that. It is the
Yes.
basically the puppet master is saying it. And so the
Yep.
only time during this entire chase scene that you actually see Subasa is in between when she has tears in her eyes
Mm.
after apologizing and when you see her somewhat calming down, because what she is remembering
Her
in her
remembrance
memories
of her.
is the
Oh,
fact
okay.
that Subasa never looked at her with judgment. Subasa never looked at her in anger. Subasa never looked at her in a way that would make her recoil in horror. The way that she remembers him is him smiling at her. So this is the only message from the true Subasa that's kind of trying to break through while
Yo,
she's in her tears running away and saying I'm sorry.
But
Basically,
that is
yo,
frightening.
yo,
That is
and this,
scary
hold,
as
hold on,
hell.
and this goes into, and I'm gonna wait till the end as far as my thought on who this villain is. But if my thought on who this villain is correct, this goes so much into like the type of person that they are. Um, but yeah, yo, John, I didn't think about that, right? Because when you close your eyes, you get the real version of the person that you're thinking about, right? And not this distorted version of who this
exactly.
whoever
It's
this
not
figure is trying to.
Yes.
externally being
Yeah,
pushed into her. That's
yeah.
her mind's eye looking into her soul and seeing the connection with the true Subasa staring back. That's the
Hmm.
true Subasa staring back at her. And that is the one that is actually
The
reaching
one
out
that's in
to
her heart.
with
The one that's in her
yeah, the
heart.
one that's actually reaching out with what she actually needs in this case,
Hmm.
which is forgiveness, acceptance, love, and so forth, right? And that is not what this fake ass Subasa depiction is being given and being thrown at her by this mastermind, right?
Hmm.
And but of course, you know, like and the thing is, we know this because when he's talking over, when the fake guy is talking over his shoulder and saying that line, she is reacting in the real world to it, right? She's looking over her shoulder because she can feel a presence in the real world
Behind her. Yeah.
that is being coalesced, right? Just like the first time we saw him, he was actually taking shape like before the wind blew him away. He was in the real world in some way, right? Perhaps
Hmm.
as aided by those voodoo dolls, right? So we know that is an entity external to herself trying to drive her to a point where she doesn't want to go, right? So it's a different type of escape that she's having right now, right? So in some ways, you can already see her working through what she needs to work through in order to kind of make her peace with what happened with her friend. But this guy is trying to like to twist it to his own ends and to his
Yeah.
own means. But she is not allowing that to happen because, like, well, she doesn't know how to fight back yet. So the only thing she knows how to do other than fight is flight, right? So that is that. But right now she's at the peak of fear and a peak of confusion, and that's when the car hits her physically, and then, like you said, triggers the X gene.
The
Now,
car
now,
scene gave me heavy Yu Yu Hakusho vibes.
okay, the
Mm.
car scene is actually my favorite art. With John going in depth of everything, I do like the car scene um panel out of all the art that we've got to see thus far. Only because, right, you said it triggers the X gene. We do see the mutant, what her power is. If you weren't familiar with who she was before, and the way, how she looks, like we know she's frightened. So just in that moment, if you put yourself in those shoes, it's just like a lot just happened, and on top of that, you just triggered the X gene, and now this other weird thing happens. It's just doubling down on putting this person in weird situations that she didn't even ask to be in. So love the panel, and also shout out to over the 300 people rocking with us. We have 290
Yo, we got
people in the live.
300. Yo,
I
let's
mean,
go.
289 people in the live.
289. Yo, if you in the space,
200,
retweet
I
the
mean,
room.
20 here.
Yo, if you listening in, retweet the not yo, forget the room. Yo, retweet the live stream. If you're in the live stream right now, retweet the live stream. Feel free to say what's up in the chat. Yo, let's run it up to 300, man. Let's run
291
it
on
up
the
to
live
300.
stream.
Yo, we got
20 people, 20
291.
people plus here. 300 people in total plus.
Let's go.
Rocking
Let's
out with us. We
go.
Let's
appreciate it.
go. Let's go. Yo. The fans have spoken, bro. The fans have spoken. But all right, I'm sorry, Amelia. I'm not. Oh, well, shout out Amelia. Amelia's in here. But Bug, you were talking about the panel with
With
the
the
thing.
the
Yeah,
car
so
crash scene, armor.
yo, this is another thing that brings me back to manga, bro, because she keeps switching between like this black and white like panel or
Yes.
like this grayscale panel and stuff like that, and with little colorings here and there and stuff like that,
And I
like
love the shots of her face in the corner. That is like that gives you that. So you got the overall picture. Then she's done it a couple times already on the other panel
Mhm.
when she's looking. You see her looking up at the
But
hanging
I feel like she's using color too to kind of like
as
to
well.
tell
Yes.
moods, like as far as like
Hmm.
when you know the expression like the color was taken out of them or stuff like that when
Yep.
and I feel like she's using color as kind of like a tool to kind of like set the
I
mood
agree.
balance for each scene and
Yep.
what's happening. But
I agree.
but let me. Did anyone else want to add anything before we move on to the next part?
No,
Yeah.
I just want to say about cinematically, you nailed it. The upper left corner, that is literally the moment of her death, right? And if you see
Yeah.
this moment
Yeah.
in the movies, that is the reflection of a car's headlights coming at her face.
Yes.
And the driver's look is one obviously of fear too. He didn't expect this. So that's the reflection of the headlights bouncing off of the windshield as it's reflecting back into his face. So they have a shared moment of impending death, right? So they're connected
That
in
is
that
wild.
moment, and they're like literally looking into each other's faces at the moment of her death, right? And so if you know what that means, like this means like, okay, unless something miraculous like an X gene kicks in, this is it. This is it, right? And so
Yeah.
it's and I know you've heard the phrase "pale as a ghost," right? So
Yep.
Emoji nailed it as well, which is like you see all the color leaving her
Ah.
face. She's basically almost ready to cross over to the other side, and then out of nowhere, the X gene triggers, and then the armor, which is in the same color as her guardian token as given by Subasa, evidence itself. And if and you're fully not expected to know this at this point, but this is literally a psychic extension of herself, right?
Yes.
And so this armor is not just physical armor that's strong enough to block a car. It is literally psionic armor that is
Yes.
built off of
I
like
was waiting
who
to
she
say that,
is.
Josh.
Damn,
Right.
that's such a
Which-
such a crazy way to
Wait.
explain
Right,
that.
so it protects her emotionally,
Yes.
it protects her like physically. It literally saves her in every conceivable layer that we have seen her being attacked with to this point, and it will protect her. And that also is why it is so awesome that Peach changed her armor for this series, because in previous armor it looked
Oh,
more
don't
like
do
a
it,
rope.
John. You stealing all my stuff, John. I know what you're gonna do right now. I was
I'll
waiting to
stop.
say
I'll
this.
stop.
I'm gonna
But
give you the pleasure because you're the guest. But go
Yo,
ahead.
yo,
I know
Book
what
was
you're
like,
gonna
yo, all
say.
this research I
I
did, yo, John.
know emoji. Before this, I told him I do research just to give hard questions. And
no, I'm gonna stop. No, no, Boogie,
John
Boogie, you
comes
go. You go. I know you see it, so I want to hear you say it. Go ahead.
No, I want you to say it. I'm just gonna say a little bit of it because I think I know what you're gonna say. You alluded to color, right? Are we gonna go there with the color of in that? Is that what you're gonna do?
No, 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 no. I was gonna go a different direction, so you go
Okay.
on.
So I just wanted to give the brief, overall of who armor her ability, right? So obviously that's gonna protect her. There is also something that was done where her and Wolverine were in a training session, and we get a little bit more as her armor can grow. So the way you see it there, if she's more emotionally involved, if she's really into this thing, she can grow that armor to a huge, like surface area, if that makes
Kaiju
sense. She can
status, like
yeah,
Godzilla type shit.
there you go. She can make this thing go crazy, right? But the thing is, it makes her extremely tired to the point when she can pass out if she's exerting that much energy to make this armor bigger, stronger, tougher, so on, right? And that armor actually originally started off as blue, supposedly, and it changed when she was in that training session with Wolverine. It turned red because it draws so much emotion from her. And John can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm doing research on this stuff as well. And it's always stayed red after that. So that's what I wanted to allude to. John, go ahead, take it away.
Yeah. So and I was going to bring up a different thing other than that, but you're exactly right. In terms of, I was going to talk more about the nature of the psionic armor, but let's talk
Yeah.
about the color for instance. You're correct. Like before, she was not as attuned to her own feelings, her own emotions, her own being able to reach her full potential of her armor, right? But then through training, she was able to do so, and this color evidences the fact that there is more of a perfect synchronization, right? Like I guess like old school otaku would consider it to be like how much of a percentage of synchronicity you have with your Eva in Evangelion, right? Like the higher the percentage, like the more effective like the robot can be, right? And so the interesting thing is, this is the point I was going to bring up, which is the original armor looks like a giant robot, right?
Yes.
Because when you think of Japanese kids with strong avatars, you think of like these kids, that are in Great Mazinga
Like a
or Iron Man
Gundam.
28 or a Gundam, or
Hmm.
where these are like little, or even the people who are familiar with Across the Spider Verse, right? Penny Parker, right? She has like a gigantic robot, right? But she's
Yes.
this tiny little Japanese girl. So that's a trope, right? And so when they want to have a Japanese mutant, they're like, why don't we riff off that trope? So that's how come her armor in the original series looks like basically giant robot armor, right? So what Peach does here is she's like, okay, we're not going to go technological with this. We're not going to go with the trope from the real world.
Samurai.
We're going to go more internal, right? We're going to
Hmm.
go more with where what represents power and protection to a Japanese schoolgirl. And
Mm.
and remember, she grew up in a hegemony where it was controlled by Emperor Sunfire, in the land of fire, and the land that she is from is split up by the traditional sense of from daimyos, right? So daimyos are kind of like lord samurais, right? So in her mind, the governing authority to be able to overcome through power is represented by that old traditional sense of a samurai armor slash daimyo feeling, like, or shogun, kind of feel, right? So that's how come in this universe, like her psionic armor is portrayed through more of a samurai, traditional samurai armor look,
That's a
because
smart decision.
yeah,
I really like that connection a lot better for the story. Honestly, how it
Hmm.
matches everything. It
yeah,
does
you see her
a lot.
roots, right? And you see that
Yeah.
this armor is coming from a different background than the original armor. So as much as there is some kind of parallel there, through seeing how armor is being evidenced in Peach's series, Peach is telling you, yes, there will be parallels, but this is still my telling of it. This is still my story of it, and this is you will see that Hisako will be able to attain her armor and her psionic connection to her armor in a different level than the original armor did through getting her AKA giant robot armor, right? And so I don't think this would have been so impactful a splash page of seeing this car being stopped by the armor if you did not see the pages of build up before and seeing why she felt like she needed to be
Pushed to
protected
that point.
by pushed to the point where she needed to psionically
Activate that
cover
X gene.
herself to activate some layer or layers of protection, right?
Yeah.
So that and the beautiful poetic thing is that it is represented through through the projection of her guardian angel or her guardian spirit. Who is that? The true Subasa. So in some ways, the armor also represents the spirit of her original friend who has now passed away. And so you can see this
Wow.
as the piece of her that the guardian spirit has left behind in her. And you saw that again, and I'll refer to it again 2 pages before when you saw she was saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, sorry," and then it focuses on the armor charm, and then you see him appear in her memories, right?
I
And so you can literally see it being put together where then when the X gene comes, it's going to draw from that charm and what that symbol represents for her is going to draw from her guardian angel who will look on her only with love and compassion and not through hatred and accusation, right? And then that's how come you see her psionic armor take that form and take that shape.
I think that is very powerful storytelling. The only thing that I will say about that, because obviously I've loved everything about this comic going, up to this point as we've been reviewing, but like the only thing that I will say about that, right, is if
Oh, and you
you
have 400 people here, by the way.
we got 400 people. Yo, the only thing that I will say about that is this, right? And I think it's also because this is starting a new storyline, right? And it's starting a new branch off. We're kind of like when we do that, you set it up so that way, someone can jump in even if they don't know the backstory, right? Like I feel like that's the goal. Anytime you do a reboot, anytime you do something that's new, you want to make it as accessible as possible. The only one thing I'll say about this, right, is if you are unfamiliar with Armor and her backstory, it could look like the charm is what gave her her powers, and that it's not an X gene.
Good point. Good point.
That is one thing that I would say that and John, I think the way that you flesh that out is beautiful because it makes sense on how like the reason why another reason why like it appeared the way it appeared is because of the charm. But from reading it, I don't really get that. I don't get that parallel from reading it. I kind of like almost I know Armor, so so my mind went elsewhere. But if I didn't, right, I almost would say I kind of get the parallel where she got this charm, and now this charm gave her powers.
Now
Is this
here's
Mhm.
is this the only time that we're reminded right here that this is an X Men book? Is this the moment,
Well,
or this still doesn't do it,
I don't know
or this
because
still
if
doesn't do
if
it?
you're thinking that the charm is what gave her powers, that doesn't take you into the X Men world.
so
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
but
exactly.
here's a twist though,
Mm-hmm.
and it's because like I know you guys have read issue 2, issue 3, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
You will see a pattern of when these teenagers are triggering their X genes, something supernatural happens to them right before. So, for instance, when Maystorm like discovered her powers,
Hey, don't give
what
it away. Don't give it away,
Well,
John.
don't
yeah,
Don't
give
give
it
it
so
away.
away, but
let's just say something supernatural happened, right? So
Mhm.
in this universe that Peach is trying to set up,
mm-hmm.
it's saying that mutants are still a thing, but the catalyst also involves the supernatural. And it can be totemic in nature, it can be spiritual in nature, it can be natural in nature, but no matter what it is, there is a catalyst that helps channel this X gene to evidence itself on top of the things we already know to be true, which is, through puberty and through adrenaline, and through heightened emotion, it kicks, right?
Hmm.
But in this universe, and I'll tell you something that may or may not be true because this is my hypothesis. The maker did not expect this to happen.
I
The
could see that.
maker,
Yeah, I could
right?
see that
The
John,
definitely
that's
with
my
maker,
before you go,
yo.
John. That is my thought throughout this whole thing. Like my theory on this is he, like you said, he got rid of the people he thought would be like the
the
original threat.
problems, yeah,
Yeah,
That's
right.
why
but
we are getting these side characters, these characters that we really don't look
no
at
too
as
much.
major
Yeah.
heroes,
And they're
step
evidencing
up.
their powers in ways that the maker did not expect them to
Exactly.
to appear, right? In other words, he never, I mean, because in his universe, in all the universes that he's visited so far, the X gene did not need to be triggered through a supernatural catalyst. But in this universe that he is not familiar with, but he's trying to build upon, he is not yet aware that you can indeed trigger the X gene through supernatural catalyst, and that is what's happening in this country right now. And
Mm.
you'll start to see that more and more. And so far, I have not yet seen a triggering of the X gene in Momoko's story that has not involved a supernatural catalyst. So that is a supposition at this point. But just keep that in mind when you read 2 and 3 and 4, that there might be an overarching narrative here that eventually uh, these members that you see are going to be the first X-Men team, right?
Hmm.
And what does the X-Men team do? They tend
Mm,
to battle people like the Maker, and if the Maker cannot stop them for reasons that he doesn't understand, you are at ground zero in understanding why that is, right?
Yeah.
Because they might be coming with this catalyst approach that the Maker is not prepared to be able to combat. Right, he
Well.
knows how to
Mhm.
handle like natural X gene, but he doesn't understand how to
how did
handle
he
the
not prepare
supernatural.
for
Yeah.
this?
Well,
How
also
does,
what I will say too also is, and I'll get into this once we get to the end of the book as far as my speculation on who this villain is. But if my speculation on who the villain is correct, this isn't something that the maker can prepare for.
And
It's
also,
it's
he's
mhm.
MIA for 2 years. I don't know if you guys have already talked about
Yeah.
that
Hmm.
backstory, but
Yep.
but
yep.
he's like stuck in the city for 2 years. So even if he wanted to do something about it right now, the people who are in power, such as Sunfire, are not in communication with him at this point. So they
Yeah.
they cannot.
Everyone's in the dark.
Everyone's in the dark, and so that is the perfect time for like a team like the X-Men to populate itself without being crushed down, right? So these 2 years are crucial,
Wow.
right? So
Yeah.
what you're seeing in the next two
Wow.
years in
Well, that's why
live
Tony
time.
Stark is doing, giving away the superhero prizes
Going
and stuff.
around and
Yeah.
getting the team together. Yeah,
They
getting
only have
everything.
2 years
You
together
get a
to put
spider.
together
You get a
like
hammer.
basically
You
the end
get
game war, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
you yeah, so you're seeing it happen in live time.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight before we jump on to the next panel too. This was what was alluded to all the way back in was it Ultimate Universe? Because remember at the end of Ultimate Universe when they were giving the news report about the
the
New
explosion.
York building being strong. Yeah, one of the news
Yeah.
reports was little girl got hit by a car and she ended up being unscathed. This is what they were
So
talking
it's in
about.
live time. It's all
Oh,
parallel and happening all at the same
Hmm.
time. That is correct.
oh,
Yeah.
you had that up the sleeve. That's crazy. I okay. Okay, you was waiting for this moment. Okay.
But let's jump to the next part. So then she realizes that this thing protected her, but she's kind of creeped out by it because she's like, "What is this?" And she looks over and she sees the car, and the car is pretty much totaled. Um, which
But before we
mhm.
go to the
Yeah,
next
yeah, go
page
ahead.
where you see the
Hmm.
car totaled, do you see the behavior of Armor? Because
Very friendly, almost reminds me of
the
Big
Iron
Hero
Giant,
6,
or
even
Big
Yeah,
Hero
two, or
Six,
yeah.
even Big
Iron
Hero.
Giant was
Yeah.
the first thing that came to my
Hmm.
mind too,
right?
for sure.
Because what are
Ooh.
those? What are those robots? They represent an autonomous, but friendly, guardian angel slash
They're
protector,
like a
right?
like a pit bull. Like they look scary, but they're very like um damn like they're naive in a sense. Like
Right, almost childlike, right? So in other
yeah,
words, like Armor is being like is
Ah.
waving to him her in a very childlike way. So you can interpret this in one of two ways. One, which is this is literally her subconscious reaching out to her and saying, "I'm not a threat." right?
Mm.
Or depending on your interpretation, this could be her projection of Subasa saying, I'm still your friend, right? So it
Mm.
depends on how you interpret it. But it's very uncommon actually to see her own armor interact with her as if it's an external force trying to communicate with her.
Mhm.
That's not normal, right? I
That's
know
not
that's not
normal.
normal.
Yeah, I
It's
never.
supposed to be. Yeah,
I thought
go
they
ahead.
were always like one thing. I never
Exactly.
seen like armor as like two separate entities. But I also
I like the twist.
never my only perception of armor is from like the cartoons, and I feel like she's usually like a background character. So I never actually put two and two together how her powers work. So John fleshing it out that it's actually a psychic ability is like insane. So yeah, I would always just think that they're like one, like a like just one entity just moving through each other.
Yeah, so it's very intriguing the fact that like she's basically waving to herself, right? So if this is a true psionic projection of her internal workings, then why would she be waving to herself, right? So again, there's only two reasons I can think of. One which is her subconscious trying to say, "Hey, you're worthy of being protected," right? Or number two, this is her coming to peace with the fact of like the major trauma in her life, which is Subasa, is actually still on her side, right? Either way, it is something that is scary for her right now because look at her look of fear right now, right? So she sees this thing that she doesn't understand, like a monster basically, but the monster is waving at her in a friendly way. So even if she's not prepared to get that message and that communication, armor is prepared and already is on her side, and already willing to protect her, right? And so this could be her literally dialoguing with herself, but even if it is her dialoguing with herself, it's a very important step towards, resolution. And I think the closer she gets to embracing that resolution, you're going to see the powers increase, right?
Mm.
So we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, it ends on the lower right hand side where she's saying that her life is, ultimately never been the same after this moment, and then we fast forward to the next day where you see the news reporting on the car accident, and her mom is trying to get her down, and she's shut up in her room, and what you call it now, you can kind of you can see the guilt, right? Because she's there, she's under the blanket, she's saying it's my fault, it's my fault, it's all my fault. So I'm guessing what happened is weighing on her, and she looks at the charm, and her mom is pretty much asking if she's going to eat anything, and she storms out, and the next scene you see her go back to that temple. She goes back to the temple. She drops some flowers off, and she's confronted once again by this shadowy figure, which has her. What is that? I guess her diploma or something that she left there.
Oh, let's stop right there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to spend too long, but I'm just
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to
Go ahead.
interpret when she's sitting under the covers and she's saying like, "It's my fault. It's my fault." She's not talking about the car accident. She's talking about what she was confronted with
With
by the
Subasa.
shadow,
Yeah.
right? So like the suicide is her fault. And so
Mm-hmm.
when she's working through it, look at her expression when she's leaving the house. It's with almost like with anger,
Mm.
right? And so she's almost like, I'm getting the fact that whatever was out there that was confronting me with this, I am really pissed off about it. So I need to confront it. But the interesting thing is when she goes to the site where she thought that she actually saw Subasa, she is not confronting Subasa with anger, right? She's bringing flowers. So she's actually paying like loving homage to her friend.
She's
That is not
confronting the
what she's confronting.
shadow.
She's already getting the idea that the shadow is something different than her actual friend. See what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So she's leaving the house in anger because she is mad that this shadow is telling her that it was her fault,
Mm-hmm.
because she's already at this point now gotten past the point where she understands it was not her fault, but something else out there was telling her it was her fault.
Well,
And
she
so now
said she
she's leaving. Yeah,
Yeah, she says it to him. She says, "This isn't about Supasa's death at all. That's just an excuse. Why don't you
there
tell
you
me
go.
what you really want from me?" So
Hmm.
I mean, she's a smart girl, and she's already figured out that this shadow has its own agenda, and it's not something that's looking out in her or Subasa's best interest, but it's something that's selfish. And here you kind of see ultimately the true nature of this shadow, because it attacks her. Um, it attacks her, and her armor comes up and protects her from it, and defends her. And we kind of like see this amazing visual with that, with the shadow attacking her, and the armor pretty much squeezing the shadow, ultimately, like, I guess, to death, right? Or death in the moment. And then she throws the charm, and it lands at a figure of Subasa's feet. Real quick, before we go into that, did you guys have anything to say about kind of like this initial confrontation? Because she goes the first time she sees this shadow, right,
Yeah.
it's in fear, and now
That
she,
that's what. Oh, you took the words. You took it. Go ahead. Yeah, you took it from me.
well, I would say she's still kind of like, because if you look at her, she's still scared, right? Like she's still in fear inside the armor, but the
But there's a
armor has now,
difference.
yeah.
But there,
Even the way that she confronted the shadow was different. It was, it was an
it was
awareness.
totally different from the
Yeah.
beginning of the story. And
Mhm.
Like John is painted like she's been very like I'm trying to find the right word, but she hasn't been like sure of herself in a sense this whole entire time, right?
Mhm.
Like to get this moment where she's leaving the house saying, you know what, this is where I'm going, this is what I'm doing. You know what I mean? It was a very different approach. So for in
More
that moment,
confident, more
yeah,
sure. Yeah.
and maybe if anybody just stopped the car, you'd feel that way, right? But so I don't know, but like I said, the approach, and like we said, all these emotional ups and downs and moments of heroics, and because this is a heroic moment for her to be able to stand on her own and go out there and say, I'm going to confront these feelings, the unknown. So
Mhm.
it I think that the moment in itself was what was a really bright spot for the whole story, as far as her flipping that switch on and going to the place where, like John said, she didn't even want to go in the beginning.
Mhm.
She was
Yeah.
avoiding that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
That's true. That's true. Did anyone else have anything to add? Prop X John.
I just wanted to point out the artwork in these panels just gets so crazy. Like her range is ridiculous, and for me, like I like it even more because like I'm an Adult Swim kid, so like I always grew up, or like I still watch all the those weird shows. Like Adult Swim is known for kind of like doing all these different art styles, and her range is just so ridiculous, and it's not off-putting, but it is off-putting, but it's not over the top, so I appreciate that a lot because a lot of people don't, they don't really like certain art styles, in the context of something like this, but I feel like it's tasteful, like it not only it hits all the points, you know what I'm saying, like it's hit horror, it hits like the action effect, it gives you like motion. So this was like one of probably like my favorite panel of the book,
Mhm.
like the
Yeah.
squeezing, like
Oh,
watching the ooze
which
and
panel? Which panel? The one where she's stopping
the
the
just the one
actual.
where like yeah,
Where armor is
where
squeezing
yeah,
that shadow, right?
yup,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
it
that's a good
just it
one.
just looks so like from the start of this book to where we're at the end, it's just totally, the opposite, so I really appreciated that.
And
Mhm.
I want to point out something about this panel as well. What she is undergoing here is the second X-Men battle, right? So this is a psychic attack upon her, right? So the
Mhm.
shadows are literally trying to attack her, and you see for the first
Mm.
time that the armor actually is also able to protect her from psychic attacks, because that psionic armor literally can stop darkness and squeeze it. And what the crazy thing is that you see a parallel to later on, and I don't think we're to it yet, but I'll just bring it up, is that one of her ex-classmates falls prey to this, has no psionic armor, and hangs himself,
Wait, hold
right?
on.
Oh, we're not there yet. But I just want to say, okay,
John,
yeah, but
stop it.
these attacks are real, people. These are not
Knock it
fake
off.
ass symbolic attacks. These are actually attacks on children, and armor is able to protect herself, but not everyone is so lucky, right?
So
Wait, John,
I'll
quick
stop.
so
question.
hold on.
Quick, no, wait,
Go
quick,
ahead. Go
quick,
ahead,
quick,
bud.
quick, quick question. Quick question. So you said the psychic ability. So with that psychic ability, let's say Jean Grey, Professor X wanted to invade her space, as you know they can. Is that going to protect her as well, being the armor?
In this reality, the answer is yes.
Mm, yes.
Like no,
Okay.
nothing can penetrate this armor. This, and actually, I don't think people know this about her in the original derivation of armor. She is actually considered a heavyweight. You know, she's considered like the Juggernaut or Colossus. You know, that's how
Oh,
powerful her armor
Her
is. Like
armor.
when you have her on your team, she's the muscle,
Hmm.
right?
And
And so, but that's always been a physical representation of her armor. But what you're seeing now is she actually is a heavyweight when it comes to the
psychic, yeah.
psychic powers as well.
And I just want to add to that too. Before this whole fight breaks out, this shadow figure it asks her to join him, and I'm just gonna say it's a him because I feel I already know who it is. But it asks her to join him, and that's telling right there. As far as like the motive behind this shadowy figure, you know, it wants to get her in a dark place. It wants her to feel guilt, and also it wants her on his side. You know, so now we're getting him as more so as like, you know, him not really being there to help, but being there to use her for something.
wait,
And
wait. So are you
mm-hmm,
saying that this person had to know prior what her ability would be?
mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just saying because how do you launch an attack if the person that is showing the strength doesn't even know they have it?
Well, it goes back, and I'll go into this once I go into who I think this person is.
Mm.
But this person is something that, and going back to the maker, is someone that the maker would honestly have no control over. Like the maker can't do anything about this person. Like they just have to let them rock. If it's who I think it is.
Got you. Yeah, we're gonna have to visit that.
But yeah, so you know she picks up on that, and that's when you know when she ultimately asks you, what's the real deal? What's going on? Like you don't care about me, you don't care about Subasa, you know what's really happening, and you know he calls her a traitor, he attacks her, and hold on,
The
the
panel with the
armor.
eyes popping out too, like when it's being squeezed, like and the
So
eyes are about to. That
yeah,
looks crazy.
well I wanted to
That
jump
that.
to that, right? So yeah, the panel with the eyes popping out, but look at what he says, right? He says here's a little secret. Um, hold on. Let me just get a little bit closer. All right. My curse is already in motion, and the first victim is someone you know. Right. So already, you know, he's letting her know, like he's giving her that sense of powerlessness. He's telling her, like, you know, yeah, you may be physically attacking me right now, but it's too late. What I have in motion is already done, and it's gonna be carried out, and it's gonna hit home, and there's nothing you can do about it.
In her moment of strength, he still hits her with a low blow like that.
Mm-hmm.
Prop might be right. The writing is just as damn good.
It is.
Like that is these twists are that was a good point out emoji. That's tough.
Mm-hmm. So she throws, you know, she throws the charm back over across the room, and it lands at Subasa's feet. Subasa picks it up, and in this like chilling, almost like kind of Sixth Sense type of vibe, like he says, it's too late. And right when he says that, her phone rings. You know, this is completely irrelevant, but like for me, because I'm in like a manga anime room mood, I keep hearing that the ringtone to her phone is the One Piece theme, and every time like her, because her phone rings twice in this comic book, so every time her phone rings, I just hear do 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 do. It has nothing to do with the story. It's just how my mind works.
It's
Um,
interesting that you say that because I'm
you
telling you
hear it
when I
now
was
too?
reading this, well,
Hmm.
not the One Piece theme specifically, but like I hear the phone ringing. You know what I mean? Like I can visualize it. Like when I was reading this book, I could see everything kind of play out in motion and like hear everything. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a, you know, a testament to like how good her art style is, or how the paneling is, because it just draws it out of you. Like it
Yeah.
just, it's automatic.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
oh,
so.
and one note about the shadow, we figure
Mm-hmm.
there's two analogies that we as readers can associate with being trying to be drawn to the dark side. Obviously, Darth Vader or the Emperor is one of them, right? But the other one that is very teen oriented that maybe kids don't as much know, but people of Peach Momoko's age definitely know, because it was very popular overseas actually. Uh, because they love Winona Ryder, right? Not just because of Beetlejuice and things. She had an earlier movie called Heathers, right? And what Heathers was about these two outsiders, and they dealt with being outsiders in different ways, right? Like the Christian Slater character dealt with it in a lot more malevolent way because he set up their enemies to creatively, supposedly commit suicide. Right, and so the whole movie is about him trying to bring her into like that way of getting rid of their enemies, and Winona Ryder not going for it, right? And so like to me, this is a very Heather's story because it's a very dark, take on what happens when somebody who is misunderstood tries to reach out to you, tries to find connection with you, tries to be your friend, but the methodology that they use is effed up and
Mm-hmm.
twisted and only follows their narcissism instead of actually
Yeah,
trying to look for
they're
true
using
connection.
you. They're not trying to be
Yeah.
your friend. They have their own agenda. They have their own, point. But let me jump to prop. Prop, what's up, bro?
Yeah, now I heard, we were talking about panels. Did you ask what our favorite panels were yet?
What did you think
No,
of
We
the
right?
posed the
panels?
question. We posed the question in the beginning, like at that car scene. I said that was my favorite panel, so I jump started it, and X
Oh,
just threw
okay,
in his favorite panel.
Yeah,
So we
yeah, we
can
didn't
just
we
okay,
didn't go
throw
through it
yours.
yet. But did your favorite panel
okay,
hit
got it.
though? Did you want to talk about it?
No, no, no. Now we can wait. I was just wondering because I heard people commenting on the favorite panel, but now we can wait. We can
Yeah,
wait.
do it at any
Okay.
moment. Do it at any moment. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If
Okay.
if your if your panel pops up, then just
Oh
speak
yeah.
on it.
Well, yeah, it already popped up. It's page
Which one?
5. It's
Oh, five.
it's page 5 where actually her phone rings and it's her mom calling. Um,
Oh,
Oh
that
okay.
one,
wow.
This one.
yeah, that actually jumped out to me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's page 5.
Yeah, I got
Because
it
what
up.
her
I got it up.
because when her phone rings later on, it's kind of like that's like one of the only things that really kind of threw me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it's like a zoomed out type of look. It's well, it's when I don't know if we got to that part yet, but oh, no, we did. When the
Yeah, her
phone
phone rings
rings,
a
when
second time. Mm-hmm.
right, and he says, like something
You should pick
more,
that up.
you know, right, like when her phone rings, it's like that's one of the only things, well, actually the only thing in the book that kind of like threw me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, like John said, like that kind of callback kind of thing happening. Like to me, that's what happened because like whose phone rings and there's a bunch of like emojis and symbols and music symbols and it scares her. It's like, why does your phone scare you when it rings? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I get like things are going on, but it's not like, oh, my phone rings and pick it up. She's just startled the first time her phone rings, and then so
Yeah.
she's like startled again, for like a real reason this time.
Well,
So
yo,
yeah,
prop. That's kind of like it alludes to the point that I was making too, as far as me visualizing what song is playing on the ringtone. So for me, I was saying
yeah,
like it's the One Piece song because like that song kind of like takes you so out of the moment, and I'm just visualizing if I put this into like just a movie or a show and stuff like that, I would have that ringtone be something that literally is the opposite of the moment that it is to kind of like spur that shot. So that's kind of like,
exactly,
yeah, that's
Oh,
just
and
me.
exactly.
props to your point. You have to take a look at what that original phone call meant and what this phone call meant. What the original phone
Mm-hmm.
call meant was she was not expecting anyone to contact her. Right. Remember what she was doing there. Like she was there to graduate from middle school. Everyone else is coming with like their parents and their friends and their loved ones. She showed up with nobody, right? and you see why through the phone call why that is, because the mom is busy, possibly a single mom, we don't know, and but she cannot be there for her daughter, right? So that's kind of also established as well. So that phone call kind of sets up the stage for
Mm.
what comes later on, because again, that phone call is the bearer of bad news and realization, which is you know
Well, let me
like
let me let me just I'm gonna jump into the phone call, then we
go
can talk
ahead.
about it, right? So she answers the phone, and she says hello, and on the other end of the phone is Hisako. It's been a while. You were good friends with Subasa, right? So you know that teacher, right? Subasa's coach. He hung himself this morning. Did you know already? Everyone's talking about it. There's all those rumors that he bullied Subasa. Anyway, I thought you'd want to know. And in the next panel, you see the coach hung, and I assume his wife there, like on the floor in shock. And she hangs. Well, she doesn't hang up, but she puts the phone down, and you can still hear in the distance. You know, the person on the phone, Hisako, are you there? Hello. And she's thinking to herself, what the hell is going on? And that's, I think when the biggest realization happens, that this isn't just um, her own inner turmoil, or her own, inner self doubt that's bothering her. This is a real thing. This is a real threat, and this is something that's actually killing people. Did you guys want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, bro, that dreary feeling again. That messed up, like, it's so much good but bad. Like I said, I'm almost sold uh, that the writing is just as strong as the storytelling
Mm-hmm.
with the words is just as compelling as the pictures.
Yeah.
Like it, I'm just there with it now, just talking it over, looking at it again, and I don't think one is overpowering the other. I think she has a perfect balance with this, bro, and it's honestly
Yeah. The balance is there.
freaking insane, bro. How clean she's doing this,
Mm-hmm.
how seamless, how perfectly the puzzle fit. But it damn,
Let me
I don't
just
know how much
let
to
me
say.
just go to, because we can wrap it up actually, because there's only one last page until, and then the rest is just kind of like just background story, which we kind of talked about with the button and everything like that. But it goes to the last page where she's thinking to herself. She says something imaginable is happening. Feels like all our sins, all the dark secrets we hid away. Some cruel power has torn off the lid, let it all out. What is that shadow, and why do I keep feeling this energy protecting me? What do you want from me? And then to be continued. So that's how it closes off. She's wondering what the shadow is. She's wondering what the armor ultimately is that's protecting her, and that's how it ends the first book. So yeah.
Yeah,
So so.
can I
Hmm.
go back to the phone call just real quick?
Of
Like,
course. Go ahead.
take a look at that sequence, right? So when she puts the phone to her ear, and then you see her expression when she's listening to what's on the phone. How come the next panel is basically all black, and in white lettering you see the bad news? Now, I know you know this emoji, but maybe people in Western audiences don't know this. But if this was in the original Japanese, that text absolutely would have been calligraphy. I absolutely know that if Peach Momoko was allowed to draw this in her original Japanese, it would be stylized. The words themselves would have been crafted graphically in order to portray a certain emotion, even if you
Mm,
did not read what those characters are. So this is literally like like words piercing through. That is the feeling you're supposed to get, and maybe it doesn't as visually translate as well. Like you know. Props was talking a little earlier on. Maybe this certain things are lost in translation, even visually, maybe lost in translation. But I just want to give you guys a feeling of like what that means, right? When you
mm-hmm.
see an all black background with white letters telling you something very stark and piercing with like the reality of a situation, right? And then and take a listen, I mean, to the message, the content of the message. Subasa, his joy in life, the way that he flew was through basketball. And the very mentor that was supposed to shepherd him through
Oh,
towards
John.
freedom
Oh,
crushed him.
oh my
Who attacked
goodness,
him? It was
bro.
his
What is he
coach.
doing?
It was his coach, right? And so that is like the worst betrayal. And so for them and believe me, there's worse to come. But for it to start with the coach, he is saying the tone starts from the top, and it was corrupt from the beginning, and it was corrupt from the very top, and we're going to work our way down, but we're going to start with the
Oh,
coach, right? And
oh.
so there you go.
Yo,
Wait, shout out to the
yo,
386 people in the live. We have over
yo. We got
20 people here. That's 400 people live with us.
yo.
Over
Let's
400 people
go.
live with us
Let's
right now.
go.
We have almost 600 total people that tuned in and rocked with us on the live. So
Yo, if you
shout out to
haven't
everybody.
if you haven't done so yet, repost the live stream. I'm gonna be deleting the space, but repost the live stream, so anyone that wants to double back can see it. I feel like these fandom discussions are important, so I want to make sure that these discussions reach fans, from all over, whether inside VV or outside VV. So definitely make sure to repost the live stream. But yeah, so I mean, so that pretty much wraps up this first issue. I want to
Oh, one
jump
more thing I
into
want to say.
uh
One
huh
more thing, because
yeah.
there's a foreshadowing, and you know how, like, I don't know if you guys watch Korean dramas but you watch anime, right? So you know at
Mm-hmm.
the very end of an episode or an issue, there is a symbolic foreshadowing of what's to come in the next episode, right?
Mm,
So you are given that.
mm-hmm.
So take a look at the second to the last page. Do you see that there are four stone lanterns in front of a red gate? Do you see that?
Oh,
So
tell me about it. Mm-hmm.
what the red gate represents is crossing over from the real world to the spiritual world, right? And the reason
Oh,
the reason why you have four
Mm,
lanterns
mm,
is
mm.
that there are about to be four people who have to cross over the
Crossover.
gate of death. And the
Yeah.
first of
yo,
the four lanterns have been snuffed out. And it's very similar to Alfred Hitchcock's 10 Little Indians, right? Where like you can see each one of them slowly disappear one by one by one. And so on this island, there are four people that the shadow wants to get rid of, and the first one has been getting rid of. And there's more to
wow,
come.
wow,
Ridiculous.
wow. So can I, before we go into the reviews, I wanna go into my speculation on who I think the shadow is. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right. So I think, I think, and it also plays into why I think that this shadow is something that the maker could not really account for. I think that the shadow is the Shadow King, and the just
Hmm?
for those that don't know, the Shadow King is a multiverse being, which exists in any type of universe. So this isn't someone that the maker could account for, because this is the same Shadow King that we know in 616, the same
Wow,
Shadow
great
King that we
point.
know from everywhere. He transcends the multiverse, right? And he specifically goes after people that are that have psionic powers. Um,
or like are in like turmoil, so he
yes,
can
and
like
he
feed off
tries
of
to
that.
bring out the turmoil of them. Um, he's possessed Psylocke. He's possessed Xavier's son,
And
Legion.
he's creepy as
He,
hell. He looks creepy as hell too.
Yeah,
yeah,
my impression of Shadow King and what I remember him from is I think it was X-Men Evolution
mm,
when he possesses Storm and
yeah.
and
He
Storm's like
Damn.
he trained
yeah
Storm. He was one of the people that trained her to. So what he'll do is he'll possess people, right? And a lot of times when he possesses someone for a long period of time, they end up growing fat just because like it's an embodiment of like the greed that he has. But he was actually one of the people that trained Storm to become a thief when she was a kid. Like when she was a kid and she was stealing, he was
yep
the one that
Yep.
that
She was
raised,
a thief.
ultimately I guess raised her, not in a good way. But so he does have a tie with Storm. He does have a tie with Professor Xavier, because Xavier is really the only person that can, on a psychic level, go at him. But on the same token, this guy can't be killed. He, like, even if his body is destroyed, like, he lives in the astral plane. He can always reassemble himself. He's just a being that always will exist, and he's a
Yeah,
dark
the thing
being.
about
Yeah.
yeah, the
Mhm.
thing about the
So,
Shadow
so,
King.
so John, hold on. Let me just get this.
Go ahead.
Omega level telepathic abilities. That's it.
Uh,
Omega level.
yeah,
Mhm.
here's the thing about the Shadow King. The Shadow King literally exists on humanity's ill will.
Mhm.
So as long as there's one single human being left in any reality that has one bad thought, the Shadow King can exist. Right.
Mhm.
And as you know, human nature is what human nature is. So, in other words, he will never be able to be killed. Right. Because he can always project himself onto the next human being that has an ill thought. So when you see this, and I don't want to reveal too much about 2 and 3, but when we reveal this, like Emoji said, slightly fat teen that embodies what potentially could be the Shadow King, that is and is not the Shadow King, right? So that is a Japanese, kid who is an outcast, who is an outsider, who has beef for some reason, but he has been possessed by this shadow that could be the Shadow King, as Emoji said. And because he is harboring such ill will and bad thought, he's able, through his mutant ability, to physically project that, actually, I shouldn't say physically, psionically project that through the use of his mutant skill, which is like those voodoo dolls, right?
Mhm.
But it's something that is evidenced through the uniqueness of the individual that he possessed in this reality, which again is a fellow Japanese student of Hisako's and Tsubasa's.
Yeah.
We
And
might
this is
have to
why.
only have John review this book. He might have to come into. I don't know if
For
we
the
have
next
anybody
one.
scheduled for book two, but like if
I
you
don't have
willing,
anyone
bro, we might
scheduled for
just have.
book two.
Yeah, we might just have to let him break down this whole series. This might
Yeah.
have to be a John
I
breakdown
mean, if
series.
you want
For
to,
real.
if you want to, I'm
This is
down.
ridiculous.
But it seems like it feels like grooming, right? It feel like, even with the whole aspect of him
Ooh,
asking her to
yeah.
join him, right? It seems like, he's bringing out this darkness. He's bringing out these dark emotions, as far as with, the death of her friend and everything like that, because he wants to take. And this kind of like parallels back to Star Wars, right? With, well, why does Palpatine, try to get a Jedi to succumb to their most evilest emotions? Well, it's because he transfers bodies. He knows how to, move from body to body. So he wants, someone to be that strong to, to succumb to the dark side, and then he can have that strength for himself. So, it's more of a selfish thing. It's not like it's not like he cares about her. It's not like he literally wants to groom her to succumb to her evil emotions, so that way he can take control of her. That's my
I, f-
theory.
I feel like you could spin it in a way though where in life like there's necessary evil
Mm-hmm.
and his intentions, he may have those intentions, but without that, like it's almost a way for her to not only grieve and like face her, these things that are holding her back, but now she's able to kind of like evolve into the person that she's supposed to be. And it sounds like John was kind of alluding that she's not the only one that's going to be put in these situations. And like,
Mm.
necessary evil is something we never like. It's a touchy subject because it's like no one wants to
Point.
side with evil, but it's it's
Yin and
necessary. Like
yang.
you can't,
Yeah.
yeah, you just can't, you can't get through certain things without fear. That's why it's such a prominent emotion. So
And that's why Apocalypse is the
Great
true
point.
comic book Apocalypse is such an intriguing character and such a complex character, a lot more than what you've seen in X-Men 97 or the original animated series or the Fox movies. The comic book Apocalypse truly believes that he is on the side of mutantdom. He truly believes that, like, there are certain things that mutantdom as a whole requires in order for them to trigger the next level of evolution and survivability. And he fulfills that role when he has his horsemen of the apocalypse. Each one of them represents what in Sabranir feels is required for mutants to be pushed by in order for mutants to overcome. Right, so he's the perfect anti-hero because he truly believes that when he changes Warren from the angel into the archangel, like which is the angel of death, that the
Oh yeah.
embodiment
Oh yeah.
of death will force you to evolve and mature and go stronger and go to the next level. So without these things that people otherwise would call evil, like I don't want death in my life, death is horrible. Apocalypse embraces it and says you need this as the catalyst in order to grow, right?
Hmm.
So that's why Apocalypse, as much as you want to hate him, just like
There's still a
Magneto, you can
justification with
kind of,
Magneto
there's a
too. Yeah,
justification of
Yeah,
why he does what he does. Yeah.
that's
but I
always
think
like a great way to
yeah.
flesh out villains. You know, like you make them more than meets the eye. You know
But
what I mean?
I feel like when it comes to Shadow King, he's so selfish. I don't know as far as what justification he has other than just himself,
He
which
just
I
needs
think
to
makes him.
exist as a concept, right? So
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah.
he can
yeah.
never truly be
Exactly.
that. In my eyes, I feel like Shadow King, on paper, he seems like a really strong, a villain, but he can't do anything on his own. Like he
he's
has
like the
to.
Phoenix Force.
Ultimately,
He's a
Yeah,
Yeah.
primal force that exists in the universe as a concept that will never be removed or erased, right?
but
Hmm.
And then yeah.
that's where I was going. Like, ultimately, is he like Galactus? How we covered that book. This being that just does.
nah,
I think
because
he's a
he's a
little bit different.
manifestation.
You think he's
Yeah,
more intentional? You think he's more?
Yeah, he's
Well,
a
Galactus is
manifest.
more of a physical
Yes.
being. Galactus is more of a
Hmm.
physical being. He's more of like an essence or a thing. He like getting rid of him would be like getting
No,
rid of
but I mean
evil. Like he's
purpose.
more
But I
of a
mean the
concept.
purpose.
Hmm?
But I mean the purpose.
No,
But
no,
because
because
X
No.
broke it down as a X broke it down as like this. You gotta have good with bad. So he is ultimately almost necessary, right? He's gonna always exist because that fear, that thing that we all have, the thought of an unknown is fear. You know, so
What
it's
I'll say to that
hmm
is it's not necessary that he's representation of evil, but he feeds on it. So think of a parasite, right? So technically, even though Shadow King, will always exist, you could technically have a world without Shadow King, and it would still be. I mean, good and evil would still exist. It just you wouldn't have this parasite that's feeding on it, and that's kind of like what I think of Shadow King. It's not
so the
like
way that I
yeah.
I
got you.
see him is like more of like he uses you as your own like enemy. Like he
Yeah, the
fights.
shadow is you. Actually,
Yeah,
Mm,
that's the
he
thing.
he embodies all
gotcha.
Hmm.
your like worst thoughts, like shame. I'm like shame is like one of like the worst emotions we all have because it's like you know no one wants to feel shame. So with that, it's more like when I first was seeing Shadow King, he was making Storm see things that weren't actually there, that and triggering her traumas to then hurt people, and she doesn't realize she's hurting people until and then he
She
and that's
realized it's
Hmm.
yeah,
Like the
and
fake
that's
Sabasa. That wasn't the real
gotcha.
Subasa, but he
Yeah.
was using an image of
exactly.
Subasa in
Yeah.
order to
And it
bring her
trying
over to his side.
his goal is to push you further into your own darkness, and that's how he will gain the full control. So it's like
So
he can't really like as he's only as strong as you are weak.
Yeah.
but let me put it like this, and let me draw the comparison in which I was thinking of when I said Galactus. We said a few weeks ago we don't believe Galactus in the Sleeping Comics interview with him review. We said that we don't look at Galactus as good or bad, right? So when he's actually destroying, devouring planets, that is that not almost in line with the
Galactus
Shadow
is not
King
an
thing?
opportunist. The Shadow
Yeah.
King
It's
is.
yeah. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you okay? Got you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. Shadow King has his own agenda. Galactus is eating to survive, right? And a lot of times, even when he does eat planets and stuff like that, he does it in a way that is kind of like, typically he does it in a way that's more thought conscientious.
Well, that's why he has a
He
herald. He's
destroys the
trying to
whole
get the
Yeah,
herald
planet
that's
to
the
with
whole
find the
thought.
point of
right
the Herald.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ethical planet eating. Yes.
He
But
killed
I do.
everyone, but he thought about it.
I,
But that's what I'm saying. Like can you stop a
but
Galactus? He has
but here's the thing. Here's the
insatiable
thing, right?
appetite.
well, here's the
And
here's
yeah,
the
you
thing.
know,
Shadow King is
is
greedy,
Shadow
and
King not
I
gonna
think
Shadow King?
well, here's the thing. Shadow King is greedy, and I think that that's why when he embodies a person, they for a long period of time they end up getting fat, right? So it's not necessary. Like Galactus is very like I eat what I need, and I'm good, right? I need to survive. I eat what I need. I'm good. Shadow King, he would
But
destroy
that's only to
everyone.
preserve energy. But that's only to preserve energy. So is he really that thoughtful? That he moves the way he moves to preserve energy.
I mean,
So, and
I
this
mean,
is what I'm
it's
Galactus,
saying.
almost
It's
like the
almost an
apocalypse
inevitable.
argument. It's like it's
yeah.
just it's in the name of like a higher power, or like it's his purpose is not the people that are being devoured
X. That's what
are
I mean.
so
Purpose.
small
Purpose.
in
You brought it up.
comparison to what he's doing.
Hmm.
Like he
But look, you brought it up. Purpose. Is this Shadow King's purpose, or you're just saying this is all out greed?
Shadow
Because
King
if we're
is
looking
like
at
so what Emoji is saying and what John is saying, the Shadow King is always gonna be there because you like it's just all of as long as people have bad thoughts, he can exist. So it has nothing to do with mutants specifically. It's just everybody as a whole. Like he's just the embodiment of evil. You know what I'm saying? And it's not something like he's a tough fight because he's a battle within the mind. Like
Yourself,
he gets
yeah.
you with yourself.
Gotcha.
So it's like he
Gotcha.
makes you look crazy. You know what I mean? Like in the movies where like the guys just hearing voices or like you can't physically you know hit this guy. You know what I'm saying? He does take on physical forms that I don't know as much about, but the whole idea of the Shadow King is just think of like a parasite, like a parasite that is looking for an opportunity to draw the life out of someone and put them in the most darkest place that they've created in their own mind. So he exploits
That's a great
those
damn
thoughts.
character.
Yeah.
And that's
That's a
why
great damn
Hisaka
character.
as an armor is just so interesting as a development. Because I researched, I just while you guys were talking, I looked it up. The original armor was purely physical in nature. It was a psionically created armor, but it had invulnerability, it had concussion blasts. It was all physical in nature. What Peach did with this version of Hisako is make the armor also invulnerable to like psychological attacks and possibly spiritual attacks. So that's the crazy additional development of this Hisako that possibly the Shadow Kings and other multiverses didn't have to deal with. But then all of a sudden they're faced with or confronted with Hisako, and Hisako again is one of the few mutants that are in existence on this earth at this point. So she's a very attractive prize for him to try to obtain, but he cannot do it in this reality because she has a mutant capability that no other armor has evidence yet, which again is not just a physical armor, but also a psychic armor, possibly a spiritual or supernatural armor as well. So that'll be developed as we see the issues go along. But I have a feeling that we needed an issue like issue number one to set up not just what makes Hisako unique in this universe, but what makes the X-Men unique in this universe. This
John,
is a
can I ask
unique
you
read. Yep, go
can
ahead.
I ask you a quick question? So in regards to Peach, is this do you know if this is a story that she's been wanting to tell for a while, or this is a story that she just so happened to adapt? I know that's kind of like a tough question, but does that make sense?
Yeah, I would say this. I would say that because she says that it draws, from inspiration from, her own life, her own experiences. I don't know her personal life in terms of her childhood or her upbringing, but this is a very personal story. I think we are seeing possibly a bit of a semi-autobiographical bent on it. And the reason I'm saying is because she's projecting a lot upon this character that I have not seen in her prior work, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of thought. It's a lot of thought that goes
Yeah,
into it.
Demon Days and Demon Wars was nothing like this, right? Like the Venomverse short story was nothing like this, right? In some ways, for her to stay within the genre of horror was a somewhat straightforward tell, right? And then for Demon Days and Demon Wars, it was an interpretation of somebody else's story. But this feels very personal, right? This feels like this story is not going to be the same story if you get some other writer to write this. This is absolutely I don't know if this is going to be Peach Momoko's opus, but this is definitely a shot across the bow that she has a unique perspective to tell and a certain way of telling it that I don't think Marvel or DC has ever seen before. Like the Western comic books have not seen this before. And honestly, I'll say it one more time, this is not exactly a manga either. If you look at the type of stories that like a One Piece, whatever it is, this is not a shonen story. This is not a shoujo story. This is not one of those kind of stories. This is a very unique, introspective approach to the art form that she is putting out there. That uh, I mean, I don't know when the next time we're going to see this thing. I think the last time I ever saw something like this is maybe, when maybe the Sandman Chronicles of the '80s, or maybe Bill Sienkiewicz's story of Elektra Assassin, perhaps, or it's just like almost what do you call it, abstract in its nature to be able to deconstruct the IP of the X-Men and reconstruct it in your own image. We haven't seen world building of this level for quite a while. And I know you guys referenced like Ultimate Black Panther, Ultimate Spider-Man before. That is not a complete ground up retelling, right? It's almost more of a what if. Like what if people allowed Peter Parker to
Yes.
just be happy for once, right? And everything else
John,
feels like a 616.
have this problem. This is the perfect segment for Prop because this is what we've been saying. This is why we could not give Spider-Man Ultimate Spider-Man 1 a 10. We couldn't give it a 10 out of a 10. It's not an original story. This feels complete like she slipped. This is not, I don't know, bro. This doesn't
All
feel
right.
the
Well,
same.
well, we
The
got it. We got it.
same.
We got to get to this reviews. We got to get to the reviews, and everyone could break down as far as their review on it. But before we do that, I did say that I did have an announcement, or we did have an announcement, I should say, of what we wanted to do. So I want to take the time, also, real quick. I want to take the time to say, where's my yo? We got 439 people in the live stream. Shout out to everyone that's here in the space, and you know, we wanted to say we appreciate everyone that tunes in, everyone that watches, everyone that's here that participates, our special guests, because we wouldn't be able to have a space if it wasn't for people that enjoy the space, right? So what we've been trying to make happen, and with talking with Vivi and things like that, we what we're shooting for is to be able to have some giveaways being done in the space of a VV digital collectible. We're ironing out the finals of that happening, but I would say stay tuned because we are hoping to get that kicked off very soon. And once again, we want to say thank you to everyone that is a part of this space, everyone that has a love for the fandom, everyone that tunes in, whether it be in the actual space or on the live stream. And we wanted to kind of try to see whatever we can set up to give back as a thank you. So we will give you more information once that rolls out. But thank you again, and we're hoping that that ever runs rolls out can show a level of appreciation for all of you.
Yo, let's be clear. Let's be clear. I'm not just here so I don't get fined. A lot of times that's the case. Sometimes I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's not the case. There's a reason why I'm at the comic shop. Damn. Found Crody. There's a reason why I'm here. There's big things going on. There's big things going on. I can't say nothing. It's an NDA. It's a comic shop NDA out here. I can't say nothing. But there's a reason why I'm here.
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. So yeah, man, we just just trying to keep the space growing, and honestly, we can't do it without you guys. So thank you for tuning in, and we're gonna try and see what we can do to to make sure that you guys also can ultimately be a part of it and enjoy something
Yo,
special.
I want to say one more thing, emoji,
Mm-hmm.
which is at the very end. And look, we got 400, 444. That's the triple sign of death. Okay. So I just want to say for all you 444 viewers, if
We
you
have four
do
four four.
feel a
Oh, now it's four
certain
five four
way,
five now. It's four four
because
five
someone
now.
saved me from the triple death. But if you are feeling a certain way, because we talked about some heavy subjects, like do keep in mind that that last page of this comic book
Mm-hmm.
did direct you to a suicide hotline. That's not just there for like marketing sake. That
Mm-hmm.
is absolutely taking seriously that this story was impactful enough to possibly make you feel a certain way.
Mm.
And if you're feeling yourself not being able to abandon those feelings, please call like hotlines like that, or speak to someone who you trust, and speak about these things, because like we talked about how the supernatural and the spiritual can act as a catalyst towards very powerful emotions to have an explosive result. That happens in the real world all the time,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
so don't let this moment pass you by. If you see something that you've been holding in or you've been repressing, and then you feel like, because of this discussion, you need to get something off your chest, please go and make that communication, and don't feel like no one cares. Like, people absolutely do care.
Definitely, definitely, and we had mentioned at the outset that this book does take a very very serious tone, and I appreciate that Marvel did give this disclaimer at the end, for anyone that may be going through something to reach out, for help, because there is always someone here, there is always someone to reach out to. Your voice, your voice can always be heard. So whatever you're going through, if you are going through anything, definitely seek the help from whatever source you feel comfortable with, whether it's a loved one, whether it's someone you're close, or whether it's a hotline, whatever that may be. Know that people around you care about you. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, it is so crazy how Peach almost understands the struggle, because, as you know, one of the finalities leading to suicide is depression that leads to the point of, like, I do not want to feel anything anymore,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you can see Hisako's uh progression through this one issue. And if people are talking about it slow, it is not slow moving to me. It is insane how quickly Hisako is forced to confront her
Yeah.
depression over this episode, and how many emotions is she faced with. She's faced with, like, revulsion, isolation, fear, anger, just actually comfort. It's just so crazy how many things that, like, like this teenage girl has to go through. And I'm reminded all the time that bullying happens all the time, and it can lead to bitter ends like this all the time, and it impacts your loved ones in ways that maybe you don't even ever imagine when you're in it. But Peach Momoko may, very well know people, or she herself is one of those people who has been close to, something of this nature, and understands the emotions involved. And she's telling it in a effing X-Men story, people. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
John, is
it's
it the
wild.
art or is it the writing?
I think you can't have one without the other,
There you
but I,
go.
I I I already think that she's a master of her craft when it comes to visual storytelling, and I think, even translated, you can get across what she is using the words for. It's so amazing, because we in the Western audience, when we see words, we see that simply as a form of communication. That's it. But when you see the Japanese use words, like I mentioned before, they use those words as a tool. They use
Mm.
the words themselves as a form of expression to get an emotion across. It in itself is an art form in order to portray something
Yes.
that the meaning of the words themselves can't say just by saying the word dog. You know what I mean? It's the fact that the way that you are reading it off the page gives it an additional layer, right? So
Mm-hmm.
because she is such a visual of storyteller, she's able to take those words and incorporated that into her storytelling in a way that's even more meaningful than someone who is a separate writer and is putting a speech in a speech bubble, in a
Mm-hmm.
comic book. See what I'm saying? So that's the kind of beauty and the marriage of both visual and writing narratives that she's putting together for you in every issue of Ultimate X-Men, guys. It really is, an honor to pick this up at the get-go and just kind of follow this journey to where it's going. And I just want to let you know, uh, this first story arc is only 6 issues long. So enjoy it while it lasts, guys. From issue 1 to issue 6, it's going to be a wild ride, and you're right there at the start of it.
Wow. So let's do this. Let's jump into the reviews and the scores, right? So what we'll do is we'll go around and each person will
Don,
break
you
down as
last.
far as each person will break down as far as their review of the comic. You can highlight your favorite panel if you haven't done so yet, and also we're gonna put a score on it. Now our scoring system is a little different. Hold on, let me bring Mahalo up. Gregory, can you do that? All right. All right. So our scoring system is a little different because I do feel that the traditional scoring system that we have, like over here in I'll say Western school system because I don't know about anything other than that, really limits you to only three different numbers. So we're kind of like using the whole wide range. So don't think if it gets a lower score than what you're expecting or what have you that has any. Let me walk you through it. All right. So what we're doing is this: we're starting at 5. 5 is mid, right? Which means that you don't like it, you don't hate it. It is what it is, right? And working your way up from 5, number 6 is above average. Number 7 is you rock with it. Number 8 is you rock with it heavy. Number 9 is lit, and number 10 is this is immaculate. This is perfect. This is a gift from the heavens. Mwah, chef's kiss. Going down from 5, number 4 is pretty much not really feeling it. Number 3 is kinda ass. Number 2 is basura, trash, and number 1 is warning, warning, PTSD. Do not read or read at your own risk. So I find having like these this kind of description helps in picking a number for what you choose. So that's pretty much the rubric that we're going by as far as like the score that we give. So let's go around the room. Let me just ask Mahalo. You read it, right?
You can ask me a quiz that way I can prove it.
It's cool. I trust you. I mean, you're not a rando, so like, if you say you read it, you read it. You read it?
Yes, I read it.
Okay. All right. So let's go around the room, and we can
Hey,
break
prop.
down.
I kick this off, man. You want to go first this time, prop? Normally you don't like to go first.
I
You
want
want to
Well,
start?
we can let
I
Prop go
wanted
first. Yeah. Uh
not
huh.
no 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 not now. We'll keep the order. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
All right.
All right, all right, all
So
right.
so Book, you want to go first?
You ready?
I'm
You ready?
ready. I'm ready.
We going 10, baby. We gonna take it there. We going 10, baby.
Okay. So
We
so
going
tell me
10.
tell me why. Tell me why
And
your
hold on.
panel.
I wanted
Hmm.
I wanted to be known that I bought KC up for the second week in a row, KC. So listen, you got all access when I'm up here. I'm just you can always come up here. You know.
Wait, I was coming up the elevator. I didn't hear everything you were
Oh,
saying.
I said I just wanted to be known that I let you up for the second time. Whenever you request that, I'm quick. Like I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Whenever you send a request, I got you. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Appreciate you, bud.
But
Let's go.
but yeah, I'm gonna go with a 10.
Okay.
One, John has John has really come and
Yo,
added
John has sold this
multiple
book.
layers of yes. Yeah,
Uh
bro,
huh.
he did his job. And the story and the art and everything was compelling already, but the extra
Mhm.
context, the the meaning behind certain things, the cultural meaning that she's intentionally putting into this, the everything that we dove into today. I mean, well, tonight we did 3 hours of continuous talk, and we had about almost 800 people tune in. I think that we had a very good night. Just great discussion about life, everything. It has touched on so many, as John said, and as Prop put the word perfectly, the pacing of this whole thing it did happen fast. This story we got a lot of emotions in a short period of time. We had 33 pages of content from Peach, but if you take out the beginning where she's doing the little extra, notes in the back with the hotline, if you take that out and just get into the story, a lot of emotion has been gone through. The ups and downs, the
Mm-hmm.
triumph of her experiencing that X gene being pulled out of her, and the catalyst of that X gene being brought out. So it's a lot of emotion in a short period of time.
Did I did I lose you, book? Hello? Hello? Dang, I think I can y'all hear me? Yo, don't tell me I lost the stream. I'm having connecting issues.
Facade of a story like this book should have probably only been maybe to 22 to 28 pages from just what I can recall of just comic books I've read, right? This book was like 36, 37 pages, right? So like I feel like it's we got more than what we maybe even deserve for this story. And I kind of want to put this in perspective. Emoji there, right?
I'm here. It did kick me out for a bit, so I lost the ending of what Boogie said. So
All right, no,
we'll just go back to that, but I
yeah,
think everything is
yeah,
good.
no
I'm just
worries.
double checking.
I know worries. You still got the visual, right? I want you to throw up
Yeah, yeah, we're
a
good.
page. I want you to throw
Yeah.
up a page.
Mhm.
Um, Let me just go back to the page here. It is page 22. So if you can go to page 22,
Okay.
yeah, and I want to start um in the top panel.
Don't
Obviously,
take
there's
this long
one.
to cook me, prop.
No, no,
Don't take
no,
this
no,
long to
no, no,
cook me, man. Come on.
no, no,
All
no,
right.
no, no. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that. I just want to point out the artistry real quick, and this is just a super random page that I landed on when I was skimming back through. Right now, so we have this is just a panel that's just taking you through a bit of a timeline, giving you context and some family bit here, right? And if you look at the artistry, like I feel like a lot of this goes over people's heads. So we have the dresser, we have um, transparent drawers, right, where we can kind of see through them. So even though this is kind of like a grisaille type of artwork and color scheme for the background, you can kind of see the details here, right? So you have like on the left side behind the TV, there's like it looks like a piece of fruit. There's a canister that's back there with scissors in it, a pen, something with like a fluffy thing on it, and the canister itself is a Fibonacci design, kind of like a artichoke thing, which I think is really cool. I love when artists sneak in little Fibonacci designs and things, right? And now we look at the TV, right? The TV has a scribble, and the first thing you notice is the car that's wrecked, right? This is what I love about real comic book artists or comic book artists when they do this thing. you can actually see the pencil left. It's not colored in. Like when John says Peach is a fine artist, you're like, I don't know what it took or how long it took to create these pages, but each
Right.
one of these pages to me is highbrow type of art, bro. And when you look at, but she's selling it as something else. She's selling it as a comic book. When you see the pencil, right? Like that's what I really love. So now you see the car, it's really just a pencil with minimal color in it. Like it's just like, I'm gonna pencil this car. I'm not even gonna fill it. I'm not gonna watercolor it much. The background is watercolor, but it's almost like penciled over.
Mm.
And so now we move down to the next panel where they're in the kitchen. You see the purse on the table. Um, and you look at the trash can, the way that the bag is coming out of the trash can, that's like detailed to me. Then you see the bowl. The bowl is like the thing that has like some of the most color and detail you'll see. Eating with chopsticks. The back of the chair again is like another Fibonacci design. And then we go down to the bottom left panel, which has the door. Look at the pencil on the door. It's like real wood. It's like a real hard wood door. It's not like a fake door. Like I know I'm pointing out kind of like mundane things, but this, but I bet when people were looking at this panel, you kind of read through it, looked at it, and skimmed through it, and didn't really
Yeah.
notice like all of these random details that she did not have to do, right? But just the wooden detail on that door to me is kind of mind blowing to take the time to even do that. Then we go to the right side and we see the two purses above her head. There's one big one, one small one. She is kind of like a pair of like the same kind of purses. She has like polka dot like transparent leggings on, and the little doll to the right side. I think it's a penguin. I know we were talking about penguins the other day in the space, but it looks like a little penguin doll which looks kind of weird, and you can't see her face, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this is much more I could point out about this panel, but I just wanted to kind of like give you like my perspective on what I think about the artwork and the detail, and then if you kind of go through some of the other pages later on in the book, the backgrounds, especially when she's talking to the shadowy figure, a lot of the background it starts to turn red. They're just plain. There's splashes of color. They're just smudged around, and there's just not much else details keeping in perspective the important things that are happening in front of you. So I
Mm.
just wanted to point out that the artwork to me is phenomenal, and it is high. It's like high level artwork. It done in a sold to you in a comic book way. And now for the story, right? This is an X-Men book. It's starting out with one character, not two or three or five. Now I get that there's
Not a
like the
group,
villains
not
and
a
all that.
school. Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not a group, not a school. It's just the one character. It's a girl. And now John has pointed out something very important, that this story seems very personal. And John doesn't know much about her upbringing, cool, but it is very personal. And I think there's two potential parts to this. Either it's very personal, or either there's a very Japanese thing going on here. I don't know about y'all, but when I watch Japanese shows, Japanese movies, especially old ones, there's always some instant that happens where someone kind of shames themselves and they're asking permission to commit suicide. So it might be a stereotypical thing. I do not know, to be honest with you. I'm not that educated on many things Japanese, but like suicide themes and stuff in Japanese, content is something that happens, right? So I think to start out with that in it, even though it's done in a very personal, somewhat personal, creative way, I think is really cool. Um, and so while I was kind of thrown off, in the beginning, just listening to you guys talk and thinking about it, it's like, okay, well, is this something that would normally be used in like a Japanese, in a Japanese story? Like, because for the most part, every time I see a show, and granted, it might be an older show, that's something that takes place. Um, what else?
Prop, I'm
I
gonna
It's
say
think,
that
one
theme of
thing. I'm
shame.
sorry to stop you, but like I
yeah,
need to say one thing about what you said,
yeah.
which is you reminded me that there is a mass, and it's not a trope. This is real in Japanese society. When teenagers commit suicide at their schools to make a point, they go to the
Ooh,
roof, they take off their shoes, and then they jump off the roof. And that's very intentional because what they're leaving behind is like literally leaving behind their shame. and that is symbolically evidenced by them taking their shoes off before they jump.
Right.
And all Japanese teenagers do that. So
Mm,
just letting you know, and twice it happened in this comic book, when
Mm.
Hisako was confronted with the actual moment of death of Tsubasa, he was wearing the green shoes,
wow.
right? The shoes that he would usually
Well,
take
there you
off.
go.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
Well, there you go. Right.
Mm.
And
Wow.
so I think that is like this whole, like, and this is like through my first read where I was, where we get the shadowy figure, and I think it's purposely very, very vague, or at least the way that I'm seeing it is that you're supposed to have this sense that this could be all in her head, but also in reality. And I know that that's kind of played with quite literally in the story at some point, but I think that as the reader, for the reader, you really are going deeper with this theme about this shadowy figure, and it really is a metaphor for how people think. And ironically, I knew nothing about the Shadow King, about his powers and what he does, and how he's drawn to people that have negative thoughts. Like, that is literally what it seems like she's playing with, to sort of like speak directly to the reader, to make you think that, hey, like, even though I'm telling a story, it might be quite literal with the characters and stuff like that. In the back of your mind, this is kind of like how a human being is. Like, this is humanity. This is like nature, right? And I
Mm.
thought that was like a cool depth, kind of like resting on the layer here, that you can see kind of just reading through the story. Um, and I do agree. Like, I think that John is hitting on these points here about it being very personal. I think that right there, it, like, taking X-Men and having the free range to kind of put in something that seemed very personal, very cultural to you, even that, I think it's very big. And I feel like throughout this whole story, through the artwork and all of the depths and the symbolism, there really isn't any weaknesses of this story,
Mm.
of this entire book, bro. Like, and usually I can find some weaknesses. Um,
Wow.
and so I think it's so very well rounded. Last thing I think I want to point out is uh is that, like, okay, so just in terms of just the overall, like, my overall take of it, like, and where it's going. Like, I'm obviously interested and I want to see what's happening next, but it was like, so as an introduction, I think it's great, but I still think for me personally, there's a wait and see of how good this story can be. Um, I think that the hidden depths and the symbolism of all this stuff that John is pointing out, I love that for, like, I love when an artist or a creator or a director, I should say, because at this point she's a director. I love when a director is creating content for the masses, but is also putting things in it. What do you want to call them? Easter eggs, but these are not Easter eggs. These are hidden depths. These are things that you'll only know if you know, based on other esoteric things. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because the point is, she is kind of playing with the spiritual thing. They are playing with the spiritual things. So I am still in a wait and see, but even in a wait and see, the book is still a 10. The book is still a 10. and
Wow.
and and so I think that the story can and should get better, but I
We
definitely have it as a
appreciate
10.
you. We appreciate you. I thought you. Okay. All
Boogie was
right.
worried for a little bit.
I was, yo, John. Listen, it can get real crazy up here sometimes, but a 10 out of prop. Like, now we both been difficult on some books, but the way he like he can't find something to critique. This ain't, we know prop for years now.
Mm.
Come on, that's amazing. That's, yo, Peach is really that girl, huh? This is crazy.
So we still got a few more on stage. Boog, I do want you to because the sound did cut out a little bit on the live stream. If you wanted to just in a brief kind of like sum up, say what you thought of it. I know you gave it a 10, but I do
No,
want to
quick,
hear your
quick, quick, quick.
thoughts. I
Yeah,
want to make
quick.
sure the
Like I
stream
said,
hears your thoughts.
like quick. It was just the uh, the uh, the uh, the thoughtfulness behind the emotion to even go into mention the hotline, the cultural relevant. I'm all for learning about like the way John's able to go this deep is because this means something to him. Like,
Mm-hmm.
knowing all of this information and being almost like entrenched in this whole culture that is what she and what she's displaying is it's just a level that I couldn't get to without his help. You know what I mean? Like I could have gone to research, but me knowing John and knowing how much he loves Peach and him being able to give us all this wealth of knowledge that goes, like Prop said, beyond just reading the book. This has been a dope ass night, man. Like honestly, to get and I'm like Prop. I haven't dove really deep into Peach herself just because I know how much she means to the community, and I let it unfold itself. We've been going through this. I knew we'd get to Peach. I knew we'd get to it. So when John was scheduled for this, I knew it was gonna be great. I had no idea you was gonna get me and Prop to give it a 10. We would not give Ultimate Spider-Man 1 a 10. Only because it felt like just another Spider-Man story. X tried to fight us on this. Emoji tried to give us a little fight on this. We weren't going for it. What she's done with this book to turn me and Prop automatically to a 10, the way Prop described his feelings on this, the way that I feel about this, the way I feel about this culture and how much respect I've already had for them. I will die on my own sword type of feeling, right? Bro. Yeah, like I said, 10 out of 10. That sums it up. We got to get the Mahalo. We got
I
to get the
feel you. We
KC.
got
We got to get
Casey,
the
we got
Union. We
X,
got to
we
get the
got
John, because this is
we got.
ridiculous. X. Yeah, we got to
Who
get
wants to
the
go
X.
at it next? Who wants to go at it next?
You want to do X and then our guest?
Yeah, I'll jump. I'll
Yeah, we
jump
could do
in
that.
real quick with mine. Um, so on the surface, for me, I would have said it was an 8. But after like going through it with John and everything, I really enjoy when the themes of like mental health and just these real life fleshed out things that we deal with on a daily basis are put into these books. So for that, I personally want to give it a 9, and it's a 9 for me only because, and I know this is going to be like a probably they're going to jump on me for this, but this book to me feels a little bit outside of like calling it X-Men. Like I know that's what their goal is,
Ooh.
but I feel like this could have been either a good way to like lead up to the X-Men and kind of just establish it as like this armor book first. Um, and that's just my own kind of like way that I was looking at. Like I kind of was looking for some type of X-Men reference or flesh it out in that way. And I only say that just because like I would really love to see other heroes and other characters in this art style, and I know that it's still possible. But at the moment, just reading this book, it just seems like this is kind of set in its own, um, in its own world, and I'm not sure what direction it's gonna go in, but I'm still giving it a 9 because I am interested and would continue to read um, this book for sure.
But that's a
I
good
feel
thing.
you. I
You
feel you.
docked it points because you would love to see her talk about more X-Men characters like that. Bro, that's powerful
Yeah,
though. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I like a little bit. It just like the title for it to be Ultimate X-Men #1. It feels a little bit misleading. But a lot of these Ultimate books are on a path. They're all getting fleshed out. So, I'm not gonna sit here and just like make it seem like it wasn't good because of that. It was good. What makes this good is like you guys said, it's its own original interpretation of a character that like all of my experiences with Armor, she was always somewhat like a mutant that everybody wanted a part of. Like they wanted to control her, they wanted her, whether it was Magneto or it was I think Sinister. But she was always a character to me that was like in the background and was a really big threat, but never was like fleshed out where I knew how her powers worked or like what her background could potentially be. So
you
but
gave
yeah,
Ultimate Spidey a 10, right?
yeah, I did.
Yeah, I know why. Okay, never mind. You just couldn't give this a 10. I
I
understand
wanna.
what happened.
I actually want. I want to go next, but I see Prop had his hand up. So let me just see what's up with Prop, and then I'm gonna go next, and we'll go around the finish going around the room.
Yeah. And I just want to say real quick, like on this whole switcheroo thing, right? Because like I get how somebody could feel rugged by the title,
Mhm.
because I'm such a big X Men fan. Like I don't know about RX, but bro, like to me, Marvel is X Men. X Men is Marvel, and everything else is just like side quests. You see what I'm saying? Now I know that that's not the case, but to me, that's what it is. So I have high expectations, right? But at the same time, I understand like high level storytelling. And this day and age where everything has been done and whatever, and you're forced, like not forced, but it's like, hey, like you work for Marvel, you're about to do work for Marvel, and well, you're a big artist, you're Peach Momoko, like you are going to get a big story. Like you're not gonna do like Baby Avengers or something. Like you're gonna do something big like X-Men. So when you do X-Men, are you gonna do a soft reboot like the Spider-Man joint, or are you gonna do it in a whole new way? And obviously, because she's a fine artist, she's gonna do it in her own way. So I think that one of the last things that I feel like I have, just me personally, as a critic and as a cinephile, is I want to be misled. I want you to make me think I'm coming to the theater, or
Mm.
or coming to see something
Ah.
regular or something average, and flip it on me, but it has to be good, right?
Mhm.
But I want you to not necessarily take what I know and flip it. It could, like, this could have had been a whole new Marvel thing, but but bring me down one way, and then hit me with a left hook and sucker punch me and bring me somewhere else that I didn't know where I wanted to be, but now I love it here. So that's why
Mm.
I do respect what she did with this.
Yeah, bro. That's why I asked John about like if this was something that she always had. It feels so personal. Like this shit feels so personal. It's so cultural. It's like it's not. It's very different in my opinion from like other Marvel books that I've read. Like it's so outside of like what you normally are used to from like the look and just the pacing, the and like when I say the pacing, in this regard, to me, I'm looking at the panels, right, and just how the motion of each panel takes you and your eyes into a certain direction, and it just it feels like it was really thought out, and like her horror element, using the Shadow King, using like I would have never known the references of what John was talking about with Wing and like it just seemed like she really had this in the stash, and it was like, okay, I got this opportunity. Now I'm about to just snap and do it exactly how she's like. This is a pure like translation from like her mind to the page, and she's doing all of it. So to me, it's just like like
Great
I don't want
point.
to take anything away from it because it says X-Men, but it's like it says X-Men, but I feel like it could have been an armor thing on its
But
own, and
it
it would have
but it
still
but it
been
did
I
it
I
but
respectable.
did it
respect the
not
nano. I respect the nano. I think that's a
yeah
good score though.
Yeah.
but did
Not.
not
Yeah.
th-
Not.
did it not do what X-Men does, like as far as getting into these issues like these, and that's what X-Men has always done. So I feel
Yeah,
like
100%. I agree with that.
if you don't judge it straight on like more characters, more abilities, more powers, and you look at from like the social issues, it's an X-Men book.
That's a fact.
It
That's a
definitely
good
touches
point.
on real world issues. It definitely does that. Let me jump in real quick. I'll get actually RX before I go. Did you have a panel that you wanted to point out?
No, it was just the one where her armor is squeezing
Squeezing it. Okay.
Shadow
Yeah. You
King
had mentioned
or the
that.
Shadow, and I really like I said earlier, like when the car scene reminded me. So this whole book to me was like Yu Yu Hakusho because
Mm.
Yu Yu Hakusho starts off so like just like a high school kid, like getting this whole idea of like a lifestyle, of this kid, and then the shift is like as soon as that car scene happens, it's like everything changes because you're not expecting, him to, what happens to him. So yeah, just there was a lot of references in this that made me think of other things that I love.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So for me, I guess I'll just go over to my favorite panel first, real quick. Um, and it's this one. It's the panel with Subasa kind of hanging over her. I thought like this literally gave me chills down my spine, and from here it was like, All right, we are in horror land right now. We are diving in. This is different from everything that we ever. And I kind of like always like lean more so towards like darker stuff and things like that when it comes to storytelling. So it was a panel that shocked me, and probably more than anything else. So visually, this is probably my standout panel that hit me. But going into it, and 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 here's the thing, right? Like this story on itself, I feel is perfect, right? The story on itself by itself, I feel is perfect, in storytelling and in starting a story. But I do kind of struggle with the same thing that X was talking about, as far as like you still have to dial back to this being an X Men book, and and it's kind of a point that I had brought out earlier with her getting the talisman and then her powers activating with the car crash. If I didn't know anything about armor, or I'm kind of like, because once again we got to remember Armor's not like a mainstream X-Men character. It's not like she's Wolverine. It's not like she's Cyclops or or Rogue or Storm. She's a character that most people reading this book probably have no clue who it is. So jumping into it, you don't really know if this is an X gene that's activating off of the story itself, right? This could be the talisman, literally the physical talisman that she has protecting her and giving her superpowers. So, you know, going into it, it's like I'm not I'm not seeing X-Men here in this storyline. While I do really like it, and I think as far as what the story that's told in itself is beautiful, from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing X-Men. And I know obviously that has to develop over time and things like that. And the biggest thing honestly for me is kind of like speculating on what this may be, speculating on this being the Shadow King, speculating on how this story is going to unfold. That's what gets me the most excited about it. But once again, from this story alone, we don't know that yet, right? A lot of stuff we have to kind of like wait and see how things play out. So what I wish they did a little bit, or I wish what Peach did is a little bit more, as far as kind of like hints towards what this armor is, or that it is symbolized to an XG. Even what John brought out about Wing and Subasa, right? I think that this lexicon at the end was dope because I didn't know anything about the whole second button thing. Like, being from the West, how would I know like about that, right? So I think that those descriptions was great, and I think adding some of the information that John provided in this review would have also been great, right? Because that would have just sounded down more. I feel like I just like there's just little things that I'm looking at it that I wish was kind of like included to kind of like just give like a little bit more of an X-Men hint or an X-Men vibe. So going to the story, I'd say like as a story on its own, take X-Men out of the equation, I would give it a 10 out of 10. But as an X-Men story, because I'm not really still sure if this is an X-Men story from reading this, I'm going to say it's lit, and I'm going to go with X, and I'm also going to give it a 9.
Did you give that Spider-Man book a 10?
I did give the
Yo,
Spider-Man
bro,
book a 10.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
you act like 9 is
Oh
bad.
my
You
god.
act like
Oh my god.
bro, that's crazy.
Yo, I'm sorry, but bro, like, what the fuck is AF-15 gonna be when that gets reviewed? Is that
Come
gonna be
on.
an 8? Is that gonna be an 8 or a 7? Like, or is it gonna be a 10 up on the same level with all this other, like, oh, emoji, I see what
Mhm.
you're saying, and
Mhm.
again, I can't argue with a 9 at all. Like, it's cool. But the thing
Mhm.
is right, like, this is the thing, right? To me, this is why I mean, it's so easy because to be honest with you, when I was reading it alone, like when I was halfway through it, I was like, this might be a 7. I don't know, right? And
Mhm.
when I got through with it and really digested it, and then I watched the review on it to get better
Mhm.
context, I was like, oh shit, yeah, this is probably a 10 for me. And
Mhm.
then with John's breakdown, it confirmed the 10. But this is the thing, right? This is how I look at it. If if you're watching a movie, right, and let's say you're watching a Japanese movie and it's all in subtitles, right? So you can't really understand the tone or the true meaning of what something is when they're saying it, because the translation to English doesn't really mean the same thing with the words. Like, you see what I'm saying with language. And when you're watching it, you're like, okay, I watched it, I get it. I'm gonna give this an 8. But in reality, if you watched it as a native speaker of the language and understood the different nuances and stuff like that, it would probably be a 10,
Like
right?
lost in translation.
Right,
Mm.
you're deducting something because
Not. Hmm.
maybe this wasn't meant for you. Maybe this comic book was meant, and I know it's in English and stuff, but maybe
Yeah.
she really intended this to connect with people that can really understand it the way John
Out east.
understands it. So right, so
Yeah.
I get why someone would give it a 5 or a 7 or a 9,
Hmm.
but to me, I'm taking in consideration who it is really touching, and I'm trying to put myself in their shoes.
Yes,
You see
Got
what I'm
it.
saying?
Got it. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
with you, bro.
I'd
It didn't
say.
start off as a 10.
Yeah.
It did not
Yeah.
start off as a 10 for me too, but it
I'd say this.
graduated to me.
Yeah, and I say this, John's breakdown helped a lot, and even the breakdown how he did at the beginning with the peach blossoms and everything like that, like that's something I would have never like kind of like correlated, right? So hearing the breakdown, it definitely makes me appreciate the book even more, and like I said, like if let's say this book was titled Adventures of Hisaka, right? I probably would give this a 10, right? Because I'm looking at it what it is, but because I kind of have to still look at this as an X-Men book, that's really the, it's not about the culture of things, like it's more so it's just like I don't see X-Men yet, right? And I just wish there was a little bit more that kind of like nodded to X-Men. And that's the only gripe that I would say. But honestly, if you take away the title and you name this anything else other than X-Men, I would give it a 10.
I think if you take away the title and call it anything else, I give it a 9. Well,
You were so
Yes, sir.
because it's
Yes,
an
sir.
X-Men book, and I
Uh-huh.
love X-Men, and I love that there's something new and distant about it. Obviously, there's a high expectation, but
Hmm.
I like where it's going so far. So, like, to
Yeah.
me, it's kind of the invert. Like, to me, I wouldn't be that interested, but because it's a, like, I know that something X-Men is manifesting and will
Hmm.
fully
Yeah,
manifest
bro, but
about
you
it,
don't
that
see,
is X-Men,
But
you
I'm
is
don't
why
see
I
There
that
we
love it.
go.
it's harder. It would be harder for it to be a standalone thing and to get the recognition. It's almost like they said, it's X-Men. It draws you in, and there's something like to me, it's like I'm looking for something to kind of like reminiscent, right,
yeah.
of that. And it didn't have anything like that, and that's not a bad thing because it wasn't a bad story. It just felt like the whole time I'm waiting for something, and it took me, I wasn't paying attention to certain things because I'm like,
Mm.
wait, like I was reading it as if, I'm waiting for something, you know what I mean? Like, and I guess
Hmm.
that's a better way to describe it.
Well,
Like,
Yeah, and
you
I
well,
will
know,
look,
say
well, look,
this.
well, look. This could,
Hmm.
well, look, this
I
could happen too, right? Like,
hmm
you could read this story, right? And, like, let's say you read all 4 or 5 or 6 books, right? And by the end of it, it is like the Adventures of Hanano. But then at the end of it, you're like, damn, like this story is just like an X-Men story. Damn, and then you'll be
Prop,
like,
That's the
damn,
prop,
they
thing.
should have
prop.
made
That's
this an X-Men book. They
prop.
should have
That's what
made
I was
this an
gonna.
X-Men
Yo,
book.
The
that's what I was gonna
X-Men
say.
story.
Hold on, prop. That's what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say is we're only getting a snapshot, right? Like this is only the beginning. This is the snapshot.
Thank you.
This may be the greatest X-Men story I've ever read in my entire life.
yeah,
I
100.
just have to wait for that to develop, right? I'm only judging this off of just this little snapshot. But I will say that the way that the story is developing, I really, really like. And just my speculation alone, as far as who this may be and who that may be and what this may be, is already shaping up to be one of the greatest X-Men stories ever told.
Yo, bro, it's almost
I'm,
like
mhm,
she had this written first. It was a prelude, and then
yeah.
it would like it gets written into the X-Men in the next book. You know what
Okay,
I'm
Yeah.
all right,
saying?
all right. That's a good point. We're gonna get to Mahalo, but later on, because this is gonna go on forever, y'all have to defend this Spider-Man crap because there's
What do
no
you
way in hell
mean? Yo, the
we're,
Bro,
we're not
Spider-Man
it's
letting
was
the
just
lit,
damn crap.
bro.
We're not letting the
son.
Spider-Man crap
Nah,
slide,
bro,
and
it's
y'all gonna
because
let people.
you
We're
know what
not
it
doing
is,
that.
bro. I'll
But
tell you
no,
what
no,
it
no,
is
X,
right
you
now.
gotta let Mahalo go. You gotta let Mahalo go.
All
We'll back
respect,
you.
The
all
Spider-Man
respect.
fanboys.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is,
Yeah,
bro. Straight
yeah.
up. I'm
That's
not going
not
to even
fair,
lie.
man. Look, we didn't even know
It's
armor. We didn't know armor as well as eh, to get a character that is not a main. Nothing compares to Spider-Man. Nothing in the world.
right. So when you go into
And
something
when you
knowing that
pull
already,
armor
that's
out,
what you're gonna get.
so
You
X,
happy with what you're gonna get.
Wait, we still gotta go through every.
yeah.
We got Casey, we
Mahalo,
got
Mahalo,
Mahalo, we
go.
got
Yo,
You about
John.
to
you got
ban?
over 500 people watching live right now, and they're
Yo, let's
watching
go.
about a story called about armor. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many people
Bro,
showed up for that
you about to
Spider-Man
ban?
joint,
It
but
wasn't 500,
Nah.
John.
You
It
about to
wasn't
ban Spider-Man
500.
books. You
Yeah.
about to ban Spider-Man books, bro.
Yo, what's good, Mahalo? Well, let me know your review if you have a panel that you like, and what's the score. Mahalo.
I just brought him back up. He's been like going rugging in and out, so maybe he
Oh,
needs a listen.
all right. Are you good now?
Oh, it mic drop, mic drop.
Mahalo. I just see hearts.
Give him a little time. Give him a little time. Give him a little time.
All right. Do you want to jump to Casey or John? Actually, we'll save John for the end because he's our guest. Do you want to jump to Casey while he works that out?
Yeah. Oh, I'm bringing Mahalo back up. Let's see if we got him.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
yep, we hear you. Go ahead, Mahalo.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I completely got rugged from the audio, I guess. But yeah, I'll say first the panel I like. It's that one right before she's getting ran over. That expression in her face is just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to say thanks for the space, guys. Like, I really enjoyed this breakdown. Emoji, a while back, I messaged you saying like, "Yo, I got an idea. You need to get John to talk about Ultimate X-Men," and you're like, "I haven't booked." But I don't know if we're going to talk about that. Man, I knew y'all were going to talk about that. So, John,
I
thank
want to say, if anyone messages me, especially during the space, you have to message Gregory. I don't get messages directly, so if you send to Gregory, he'll let me know.
Oh, bro. Yeah.
You got to
What's
cut
up,
me off for
Mahalo?
that.
My bad.
But
my bad.
yeah. I wanted to say, John, thanks for taking your time tonight to chat with these guys. I really enjoyed your breakdown. I know you're probably supposed to be watching the K dramas with Mrs. John tonight, but thank you for providing such great breakdown on this anime or on this manga. Because yeah, man, like I read the book physically, bro. Like I rarely ever read my physical books. I always read them digitally just because I don't want to tarnish them. But this one, holding it in my hands, looking at the art, like right there, compared to the digital one, it makes a huge difference. The manga style on this, incredible. Like I was excited to know that it was a Japanese inspired, directed by Momoko, all that jazz, bro. Like it hit. Now, when I read it, I agree with all of you guys, like Emoji and X, when it comes to like, oh, you have to be X-Men, but seeing it go from like almost, it felt like a slice of life anime style reading. If you know what I mean by that, John, like the high school life stuff with the drama and all that, it felt like that. So I was expecting more X-Men stuff, but here's a way I can wrap it back around for you guys that are expecting it to be X-Men. X-Men is teenaged life, hormones, all that shit, right? So this is that little glimpse into them showing you a normal person's life when their powers manifest. Now they don't have that leader yet to guide them how to control their powers, but hey, maybe he comes in it by like episode 6, 7 or something like that,
Wow, Mahalo.
Keep
Mojo's
cooking,
not
baby.
buying it.
No.
Mojo's not buying it.
Yo, I'm saying it can develop. Yo, I said that like it
No,
can
Mahalo, keep
develop
cooking.
into.
I'm sorry. I'm
Fair
sorry.
warning: the mentor comes in
I think that
episode
was a shot
7.
in the heart.
That's
I
the
think that was a
spoiler.
shot in the heart. That's it. I think that was a shot in the heart right there. I think they have to revise those 9s into 10s. That was the
Yo,
shot.
I can only go off the snapshot, bro. I can't go off of hypotheticals of what happens in episode 7. I can only go off episode 1.
No, the mentor is coming in episode 7. Just letting you guys know.
But nah, Mahalo, finish what you said.
Yeah, just watching the art come to life with Momoko. Like I was looking at some of these panels and I'm thinking, she is not drawing these like panel to panel that tiny. Like I'm sure she has canvases of this art that she submits for them to print onto the comics. So just I can only imagine how big these pieces of art are because there's deadlines and all that stuff, and also like for a month, like you got to think about like a month for an issue. Usually in mangas, we're getting the black and whites week to week to week. So for this to have all this detail, all this color, all this stuff, bro, like I have no idea how much time she's putting into that. John called it when she was starting the series that she's not going to do conventions because she's going to put a lot of work into this, and I do see all that work coming into it because those deadlines with mangas are crazy, and to keep up with comic book deadlines with full color, bro, like that's a lot of work. So with that, just the work alone behind it, I give it a 10, man. And then just the style, the art, the pacing, it's a little bit slow, but I'm used to anime being slow to build up. So I'm down for the ride. I'm hooked, and I'm loving it. 10.
I feel you. Appreciate that.
You
Let's
did the
go.
right thing, baby. You did the right thing. I tried to tell him about this art. I tried to tell him that I tried to tell him that she's a fine artist, bro. Every panel is really actually a fucking piece of art. Pardon the language, but
It
That
is.
was a great.
this is the
That was a
crazy
great
thing.
point.
Thank you,
That was a great
Mahalo,
point.
for driving
All
it
right.
home.
All right. So we got Casey, and then we'll finish it up with John. Casey, how you doing?
Man, I feel like Mahalo just said everything I was about to say. So that was like super crazy.
Say it again. Say it again. It's all right.
Do it.
Because
Do it
we
again.
both got the comic book at the same time when I was in Austin. So I actually read it, the hard copy as well, because I was super excited to like look
Flex,
at look at
flex.
all the art and everything like that. So yeah, I mean, it's just like Mahalo said, actually looking at this shit in physical is just like, wow, dude, like you really, really appreciate the art. While I was reading this story, I was kind of feeling like it was a 9, to be honest. But then after listening to this 2 hours of John just fucking cooking this fucking shit, like he turned it into a 10 so quick for me, you know? So yeah, I definitely give it a 10. This shit is fire, and I can't wait to see more of these because I love Peach. She's also one of my favorite artists. So
There we
yay!
go.
And thank you
Another
so
10.
much, John. We appreciate you, dude. Like, yeah, you're the man, dude.
That's what's up. All right. So now, we close out with the man of the hour. I mean, would it be something if John doesn't give it a 10? But
We know what it
let's
is. We know. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew
Come on.
somebody was
let's
gonna say that.
Yo, too long
We
didn't
know what it
read.
is.
You know I'm coming with the 10. We can
It's a
start with
slam
that.
dunk. It's a
but
slam dunk, baby. Let's
but
go.
let's
We got him.
let's hear John's review, score, and favorite panel. Oh, Casey, did you say your favorite panel though, real quick before we jump over there?
Oh yeah, that was the funny part too. Mahalo's favorite panel is one.
Is it
I liked
Shane?
the one that you were saying with the guy standing over her too, but I
Mm-hmm.
also really liked the one where she's like about to get hit by the car too. Yeah.
Got it.
That makes
Got
three
it.
of us.
Got it.
That's three. That's three of us too. I'm
All
with
right.
that one too.
So let's go to John to close this out for us. Your review, your favorite panel, and your score, your number score.
Sure thing. So here is the review, and this is something that I did not discuss during the whole 3 hours, and I don't hold back. So if I'm bringing something new, it means something, and it's actually going back to what Prop said, which is how personal of a story are you talking about? The great thing about a great story is when the artist or author gives you space to discover yourself through the story as well, right? You know why the hero's journey is so compelling as a form of entertainment is because that self discovery that you see the hero go through projects upon your own life. And that's why it works so well as a form of escapism or a form of camaraderie or a form of connection that you don't get in many other ways that human beings communicate with each other. Comic books in particular tend to speak to your adolescent state of being, right? And they do it in such a beautiful way, like you don't sometimes even know how that's happening. Now I'm going to make this very personal, which is if you ask anybody who their favorite X-Men is, think of how many freaking mutants there have been over the years, right? And a lot of them will say like Wolverine, right? Because he brings the thunder, he's so badass, and he has the best action scenes and all that stuff, right? But to me, uh, Wolverine's almost antithetical to the X-Men. right? To me, the true X-Men is Cyclops, right? So he is the heart of the X-Men. He is literally the personification of X-Men. When you see those video games and you see who represents Street Fighter as Ryu, and you see who represents the X-Men as Cyclops, and they're doing the big old like Predator handshake with each other, that's because he's not just the leader of a team from a strategic point of view. He is literally the spirit of what the X-Men represent, right? That's what Professor X was lucky enough to find from the get-go, right? Was someone like Cyclops. Now I'm going to say why this is personal, because I grew up as a Korean American who, had a son of immigrants who came to America, and I felt very isolated in the 70s and 80s. There weren't many other people, who understood where I was coming from, including my own parents. They didn't understand my struggle, Like the only other person maybe who understood was my older sister. And my older sister back then, we used to fight like cats and dogs. You know what I mean? So, like, really, I was like on my own. I was really on my own, right? And so when I picked up that comic book for the first time, and I've told that story about Jim Lee already, right? But that was Alpha Flight, right? That was not the get go. Like, me was discovering Uncanny X-Men, Jim Lee's run. When I saw that run, and by the way, you all know that run because that's what X-Men the animated series is based off of. That's what all the video games are based off of. That's what X-Men '97 is based off. That's the Cyclops I grew up with, right? And what that Cyclops to me was the pure depiction of uh, an outcast who's trying to make good, right? There was an outcast who spared no effort to find meaning in the world and bring along those that he loved along with him, which was very important because he wasn't just in isolation, he was a leader as well, right? So that's who the leader of the mutants was to me, right? That's who Cyclops is, right? And so to me, you cannot have an X-Men book without that spirit moving through it, right? Without that kind of like hero commencement of the hero story starting, right? And that's how come and now to move the second part. The My favorite panel or panels were the ones I already brought up, which was panel 1, panel 2, panel 3. That trifecta, to me, the second I saw that on page 1, I was like, this is an X-Men book. I immediately said to myself, this is a mother effing X-Men book. Because in every good X-Men book, this is what it starts with, right? The moment you open up the page, you sense the dread. You sense the not belonging. You sense the outcast. You sense the isolation. You sense it's gonna take fucking superpowers to get over this shit. That's what you feel, right? And that is what Peach Momoko sets up with the first 3 panels. And maybe like it wasn't as evident as a connection maybe to Western audiences, but I'll tell you why it resonates a lot with me because I also grew up with manga and anime. I will tell you some of my 3 favorite ever opening sequences ever of all time of manga slash anime. All right. One which is Goku in Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. And it starts with Goku as a kid, right? He still has his tail, right? And he's alone in the wilderness. And he has to fucking hunt a fish for his dinner and go back to his hut where his grandfather died and live his damn life. That's how he starts the story. That's how he starts the story. You don't see the whole Dragon Ball Z team fighting Cell. You don't see all that. That's all coming. And you know it's coming. You guys know the X-Men are coming. But you know how it starts? It starts with him alone, with no one in the world to help him, and he's got to fend for himself, and he's in full isolation. That's how the hero's journey starts. All right? That's how it begins. Now, my second favorite of all
He's a
time,
bad man.
right? And this my second favorite of all time is actually a Studio Ghibli film, right? Which Peach Momoko draws heavy inspiration from. And I actually even like the manga more than the anime. And it's called Nausicaa of the Valley of Wind. And the way that the opening sequence is, it starts in a literal desert, okay? And it's literally a land of death. And then you see a lone pilot coming down on a glider wing, just one person coming out of the sky, landing in the desert, and walking into a forest of death. Because on the border of the desert, which is a toxic desert because no life can live there, is a poisoned forest that is sucking up the toxin and blowing the toxin in the air in order to revive the earth. But it's going to take millions of years to do it. So until that happens, it's a forest of death. And here's this one lone pilot walking out of the desert of death into the toxic forest of death. And she is all alone, and what she's trying to do is trying to find something to survive on, right? So that's how Nausicaa's story starts. And if you follow the story of Nausicaa, like you know how crazy it gets. Like all anime it gets crazy, like all manga gets crazy, but it starts like that. Whereas
Hey,
one
John,
person all alone. Yep.
can I guess what your third one is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Evangelion.
Evangelion, you know, actually, Evangelion starts very similar to that as well, right? Where Shinji has been abandoned by his, but the Shinji, I wasn't going to mention Shinji, but Shinji is an interesting one because his isolation starts from a psychological point of view, right? Because he's been abandoned by his parents, he's been abandoned by his father, literal father figure, right? He's always looking for acceptance, but he starts with shit, right? And so he's coming into this place where there's impending doom, and what is this protagonist is supposed to do with it, right? So this is a ongoing theme across, and I can mention many other hero stories that start like this. But the moment I saw that Peach Momoko used this in Ultimate X-Men #1, I'm like, oh my god, she's got it. She's got it. Because how does this start? It starts with a school, but the school grounds in front of the school were sand, right? So it was a desolate foreground, and she has to go into this dreadful place that she's been avoiding, and it is a moment in time that if she doesn't engage with it, it's going to pass forever, right? And so symbolically, I don't know what if you guys know this, but falling petals in Japan, no matter if it's sakura blossoms or peach blossoms or plum blossoms, they have a very short season of flowering before the flowers fall. And so it represents a short moment of time, uh, and the beauty of death, right? And so what graduation usually entails is the flowering of those trees and the petals falling. It also means that your youth is short lived, and it will pass soon. And so if you not do not grasp that opportunity, it will be gone forever, right? So she is literally walking through the foreground of the desert to enter into this toxic forest, but it also represents the salvation, right? And so we get that, we get those indications, and maybe Western audiences don't get it, but Hisako is immediately set up as your Cyclops in this Ultimate X-Men universe, right? We know she's going to end up being a hero just by how desolate her story begins, right? And now the enjoyment is to see how she develops, how she gets Nakama along the way, her friends along the way, and eventually, overcomes these obstacles, both internal as a conflict and external as driven conflict, to eventually be who she can best be to her full potential, right? So to me, that's an X-Men story, right? Because, like, I don't know if other stories start like that, but to me, X-Men stories start like that. Jean Grey was the same way. Jean Grey was an outcast. Like, she literally had to face the death of her friend and almost crossed over because she was psychically bonded to her friend who was dying from a car accident, right? So her transition over to mutantdom was literally to cross over to the land of death, and that was her transformative point to become the heroine that we know now, and in fact made her receptive to the Phoenix Force, right? Which is the primal force of resurrection. So these are the stories of the X-Men that are ingrained into generations of telling the story of the X-Men, guys. And to me, like, it absolutely embodied the spirit of the X-Men within the first three panels in the way that only Peach could tell it. So that's how come I give it beyond a 10 out of 10. And this is probably not probably this is the best thing that has happened in a long time since me reading Nausicaa the Valley Wind for the first time in the 80s as a manga. Like, really, this is like one of my favorite. It's been decades, guys. I've been waiting for
Hey
this. It's
Boogie,
awesome.
Let's go.
hey yo,
Let's go.
hey yo Boogie, hey yo Boogie. It feels good to be on the right side of history, huh?
Yo, it really does, man. It really does. This is definitely getting the first 10 out of 10
No,
on
it's
it. On
not.
like,
What you call it? The one we did with Mask got a 10 out of 10 also.
okay,
No,
yes.
no, it
Okay,
did, it did, it
The
did.
Twilight joint.
We got two of the
okay.
joints, right?
You're right.
But
You're right.
this
But this is
so
beyond
the
the 10, actually. John just said it. This is really technically beyond the 10. But,
so the
you know.
technical score, right? Since we're doing so, if it's 9.5 and up, we round up, and the number that we get by factoring in all the scores is 9.7, which rounds up to a 10, which would make this the second book that we gave a 10. Let me post it on the thing, so it's there. There we go. It's going to be underneath the visual. Like I said, the visual is what we're keeping because I feel that that's the entire package. So I'll be deleting the space itself. So if you haven't done so yet, definitely repost the live stream because that's what's going to be held over. Um, I do want to say thank you, John, for coming through. This this I feel like this has been my favorite review. Like, I was already excited to do this because of the book, because it's Peach Momoko, because of the story, because it tells a story that I just like, right? Like I said, I'm invested, and I feel that this might be my favorite X-Men story of all time. So I'm looking as far as how this develops, but I feel like I couldn't have. Wait, did John dip down the listener?
You had to
Um,
watch the K dramas.
huh? What happened?
I think he had to start watching the K dramas with Miss John.
Oh,
He has spoken.
I feel you,
The
but
mic drop. The mic
he's
drop.
still here. So I think he's here. I think he's still here. But I couldn't think of a better person to review this comic, and I honestly would like for you to come back to review the Peach Momokos. So
Yeah, I was about to ask, man, when episode 2?
well, when we get to it, we don't have it on the schedule yet.
No,
But
I'm
once we,
back. I'm sorry
oh, you
about that,
back?
guys. I dropped.
No worries,
Yeah,
no worries.
and I actually do have to do a whole bunch of stuff around the house. But I mean, man, come on, this has been a labor of love marathon, and I may actually never do it again because
Wait,
it did
what?
take a lot. It did take a lot
Well,
out of the
typically,
family time. But
hold up.
no, I mean, I was more than happy
Typically
to
our
do it
shows
because it
aren't
just
this
came out.
long. Typically our shows aren't this long. It's just yo, you went into
We
depth,
couldn't stop
bro.
you from
Like, you
cooking. We couldn't stop you from
we
cooking,
couldn't
bro.
stop
We
you.
knew.
We
Yeah.
appreciate you, John.
Oh my gosh,
Normally,
almost 543 people in watch mode right now.
Yo,
I feel so
John,
guilty in saying I'm never gonna do it again, but you know what I'm saying?
yo,
you
normally
Over
need
a
to do a
thousand people
YouTube
stopped by
channel
to
of
It was
listen.
a
this.
lot.
the goal is to run it for an hour and a half. So obviously I know you have obligations. So if you do feel inclined and you want to do it again, we'll try and stick to that time frame. It was just today. Today was just special, right? It's our first Peach review with you. So we kind of just let it run.
No, and I definitely do actually appreciate the long form. I think it did it justice, guys. I 100%. And now I'm going to review the space. You guys run a great space. I love all the elements that you're bringing into. You have the right people up here to be appreciative, and not just because they already know it. I love the fact that most people don't know it, right? And the fact that you guys are coming in here with unbiased eyes and you're walking away giving this like nines and tens is a testament to the strength of the artist, the story, and to the commitment by Marvel to share these kind of stories with the Western world. I love it. So and it means a lot personally to me as well. So guys, thank you so much for including me in this space. I don't want to sound ungrateful whatsoever. Ultimate X-Men #1 absolutely deserves its spotlight, its time, and its current audience. And I hope that y'all stick around for more to come from Peach.
Let's go. Let's
Yo,
go.
John, we appreciate you, bro. For real, we already knew this would be great. You far exceeded the expectations. Like, and I knew you were gonna come 10 out of 10 for this, bro. But this is, yeah, we couldn't have scripted this. Like, this is our longest show, bro. Even
Yeah.
with our first show where we had no idea, it was like a pilot and we were just running. This was the longest show, and it was from the word go, page one. You came loaded, bro. So yeah,
And it didn't feel long. Like it's just like a
it didn't.
conversation. It was like honestly, like
Force.
yeah. But I mean that's just what happens when you're like talk about something you're into. Time just it escapes you. What's
I'm
up,
telling
Mahal?
you guys.
What's
Yeah,
up, Mahalo?
if you guys keep this up with John, bro, I'm pretty sure the people we know will get Peach to join y'all in this stage and just Q&A her, have her talk
Oh
about
my
it or
god.
Yo,
whatever. That
someone
would
should
be
send this
sick.
to Peach.
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
hint, 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 hint. VV Comics handle, but someone should send this to Peach. I wonder what she would think about it.
You know, John, if we tried enough, she'll join us.
I hope so.
I might actually be too tongue tied to even see. Like you see me at these cons, right? I don't talk to her. I'm like so nervous. I'm just like, oh, here are my comics. I completely do an anti John. Believe me, I do because like when you're standing in front of like these people who you respect so much and they actually live up to the hype. I've told you guys so many times about the story about her remarking that Harley Quinn for me, right? I'm like, it's just like she really loves her fans. I'm going to say this one more time. Like she really loves her fans. And so believe me, it's killing her to not come and meet you guys this year because she's so like dedicated to this particular series that she's like holed up in her house having to do this, but it is absolutely labor of love. She's doing it not just for self gratification, but because she feels like it's a story that needs to be told to the people who love her work and love to hear what she has to say through this, right? And I'm definitely one of them. You guys, it sounds like are definitely like on board to seeing where this is going to go. You can't ask anything more. I don't think Peach could ask for anything more than the kind of things that we've heard in this space today when it comes to this comic and for her body of work. And her body of work is just beginning. Like we said, this is the first like true original piece of work by Peach anywhere, right? Like she doesn't do things in comic book format or in book format or short novel format. She is a fine art illustrator. So I don't know if we'll ever kind of see this kind of work from her ever again, actually. So we should truly appreciate it when we see like
I'm going
these
to the
things come
comic
through.
store
Yeah.
tomorrow. I'm going to the comic book store tomorrow, and I'm doing some damage, fam. I'm going to get me some 10.0s tomorrow, bro.
Ooh.
Let's go. Let's
Yo, I
go.
got a Baby Yoda one if you want one from San Diego.
This this did make me and I think Mahalo and Casey kind of like sold me on it. It makes me want to get the physical of it just to see it in paper
Yeah,
form.
that's gonna happen, bro. I think a
Um,
10. I think a 9.8 or 9.9 is only 120 to $50
mhm.
Facts.
or 9.8.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's run through goodbyes for everyone or final thoughts for everyone as we close up. Once again, appreciate everyone that tuned in. Appreciate everyone on the stream. Yo, we crossed the 550. We're at 554 right now. That's crazy.
Over 1,000
Yo,
people came through, bro, through
Crazy.
the night.
yo, that's what's up. That's what's up. So, did anyone have any final words to say before we close up?
John, you need to do part two, baby. Don't give up. This was a great
Yeah.
episode, man. I loved it. Thank you for participating tonight, man. I'm sorry I was quick to rush on that, but you got to keep this momentum, bro. You were doing great.
Mm.
I mean, all I'll promise is that I know where this story eventually will be going, and you all know who my favorite character, favorite X-Men is of all time.
Next month, baby.
When this person makes their appearance, and some people already know who it is, I will probably make a reappearance because I will not be able to not talk about that particular issue for the rest of 2024. So it is coming. I cannot wait. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait, and I have to wait several more weeks. It's painful, but yeah, that I would love to speak at length, and it is the beginning of a new story arc for the Ultimate X-Men as well. So that might be a fun kind of launch after we finish with the afterglow of the first series arc being completed in issue 6.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah,
Book,
I'll
prop,
go next.
KCX.
I'll go next before John runs, bro. John, appreciate you coming through, man. I just wanted to be able to tell you that. Absolutely respect your knowledge. Hey, I didn't know you was gonna do this well, bro. I thought you were gonna do well. I didn't think. I didn't. I didn't. Let's keep it real. I didn't know. I didn't know you was gonna do this well. Right? Legendary performance. Bringing up Apocalypse in the X-Men because Apocalypse is my favorite character in
You did say that
all
last
of
week.
X-Men.
Crazy.
Yeah, just, I love Apocalypse, and get this, that's only my take from Apocalypse in the '90s cartoons, bro. It's not even like comic book knowledge. I've never even seen Apocalypse in a comic, so I got a lot of learning to do about my favorite character. Um, but yeah, bro, like, and last thing, you know, tonight we went head to head with probably the biggest piece of uh, planned media in the entire world for the year, which is the presidential debate. And we got, a grand. We got 1,000 people coming through, bro. We went head to head with the biggest event
Wow.
in the world, and people were here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me.
That is true. That is true.
And like I said, I basically said my piece already, John, so I won't repeat it fully, but I just want to thank you again, bro. And also, like I said, whenever you want to come through to discuss Peach, man, you got open floor, bro. And just to touch on something you said, where
Actually, it doesn't even gotta be peach. Anything, bro. You
yeah,
got
anything,
insight in.
anything,
Yeah.
bro. But I know that's your passion, bro. So you feel me? That I know that's I know we can get you up here for that and to waste some time, you know. But honestly, you did touch on something I wanted to speak on, and like how the creation of this whole thing and how we go about this. We don't claim to be 100% experts at any of this, right? We do have deep fandom for it, right? Prop really he alludes to it all the time. I have not read the comic book with these characters in it. I know of some of them. I know, but he's willing to do the work, and we're trying to just get concepts out there, ideas. We're all discovering this together. I think what makes it special is that we're not claiming. John, you took this show completely over, bro, and we want it. We want that. We want that. You delivered more than what we could have imagined, like Prop said. So like the theme is we're all teaching each other and we're all going on this ride together. And I don't think any one of my co-hosts up here would say that any one of us do anything particularly better than others. We all come together to form, the thing. So I appreciate my co-host 100%. And John, excellent fucking job, man. Excellent job.
All right. We got who? Did X say anything before we closed out?
Yeah, I'll just say something real quick. Again, everybody that joined us is amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in, just listening to us. This is just like the most fun I've had in a while. So, I really look forward to these spaces. With that being said, everybody have a great weekend. Have a great, safe holiday. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys, for the next one.
Definitely.
Oh, and
Definitely.
John, dude, awesome job, man. I really enjoyed hearing everything that you had to say about this book, and whether we have you or not in the future, it's still good, knowing that somebody like you is out there enjoying the fandom. So appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you. Casey, and then yeah, Mahalo already went. So Casey and John, we got left. Casey, what's up? Did you want to say anything before we close out?
Just thank you for these spaces. I've been loving reading all these comic books. I do really appreciate John's outlook on all the Peach stuff. I know that we sat there and like nerded out in New York about it, so it's always a great time to hear him and just nerd out about this shit. So appreciate you coming through, John. Thanks for the space, you guys, and I'm looking forward to next week.
Let's go. All right, and John, final thoughts before we close out.
Yeah, like probably my thoughts are a little different than what I plan to say, but I'm going to say something riffing off of what Prop just said, which is, I didn't even register the fact that the presidential debates were happening at the same time. You know why? Because I was having too much fun over here. Like, and maybe it is quite stark in terms of difference, in terms of attractiveness of audience, because what attracted people to this business? We're just talking about comic books, right? But the
Mm-hmm.
thing that got people to stay and why you got the momentum and why you had 1,000 people roll through with a retention of 500 plus is because the people on the space were talking genuinely, talking truthfully, talking to their real experiences, their real thoughts, their real beliefs, their real emotions. And they were very transparent in sharing that and in communicating that to their audience in a very effective way. So a lot of that credit goes towards Emoji and crew in providing this kind of venue to allow that kind of discourse to occur. That should not be taken for granted. You guys are doing a great job. Okay. And then the subject matter had enough grist for the mill to discuss for 3 hours. The fact that like comic books are not to simply just be dismissed and cast aside.
Actually, I think it's been
Hopefully,
4 hours. It's been four
oh
hours.
Yeah,
my God,
4
4
hours.
They
hours.
got the credit.
Like
4 hours.
I hope the proof is now in the pudding. I don't think no one can continue something like this for 4 hours straight just to sell a digital comic on Vivi, guys. That is obviously not the ulterior motive at play. The motive at play is there are actual people out there, please believe this. There are actual people out there who love reading comic books and get something out of these comic books, and it is true joy, and it's true pleasure, it's true entertainment, it's true thoughtfulness, and there's truth behind this, right? And so I don't want to make it more than it is. At the end of the day, it is just a comic book, but it is a genuine discourse that you just were partaking just now, and I don't even need to tell you that you inherently felt that, which is why the retention level was so high. So congratulations on you guys providing that opportunity, and for having the subject matter be what it was. And I hope to see that you guys continue on in this vein, because it definitely puts a smile on my face. It definitely did tonight. I'm sure for a lot of the people who are listening and who participated, it did. And that's why comic books persists through the generations and through the ages, guys. You are touching upon a universal truth, and maybe you never sat down to think about why it is the case, but you're a part of it tonight. You're a part of it tonight, and it will perpetuate well past your own expiration date. And there are reasons for that we can get into more. But just understand that you saw a little bit of it at play today, and its power sometimes you know transcends even the ability of those who had a different type of debate tonight to enact over others, right? And so I hope that you embrace that kind of positive energy that you heard tonight instead, sometimes when you can, to help bring you out of those doldrums. And believe me, it can do so. It has the power to do so. So congratulations on everyone who participated in tonight. It was a great night.
Appreciate that, John, and yes, definitely appreciate everyone that's been here tonight, that hung out with us, that joined the stage. Casey, mahalo, shout out to you guys. Boog, Prop, X, yo, like, man, like, I really couldn't think of anyone better to like do these reviews with, because and it's so funny because I always tell people I use this for anime a lot, but it applies for this too, right? Storytelling is storytelling, and sometimes I feel that because it may be a different medium than what you're used to, it may kind of like you may be reluctant to experience the story, but I like the fact that you guys, and myself included, are diving into these stories and even taking it from a new approach and seeing and really dissecting it from how you would dissect any type of narrative, whether it's cinema and things like that, because that's ultimately the writers for these stories and stuff like that. They're writing spectacular stories, and we're seeing that. So I appreciate the effort that all of you guys are putting into this, in really fleshing this out. And John, like I said, like you have been a top 10 amazing guest. I always say like you're an overflowing well of just wisdom. So I couldn't think of anyone better to kind of like review this Peach Momoko comic with. So thank you for the insight that you always put into the space, and thank you for today specifically with just going in on your passion. Anyone that has enjoyed this space or came in late, this is recorded. It's going to be on. I'm going to move it over to my highlights so you can check back. But also too, if you want to check out the comic for yourself, the comics that we're reviewing are on VV Comics. So if you look at the screen, I have it up. That is vv.me/comics, and you can get your comics as they launch. They drop comics literally as same day as print. So you want to keep up to date and buy your comics digitally. You can buy them right here from vv.me/comics. The QR code is on the screen. It'll take you right there to the site. But they also have the the comics. Yo, wait, what, Bug? Why did you, why did you send me that? um, I got a message from Bug. Are you there? Wait, hold on. Are you guys not hearing me? Oh snap! I lost my
Start out with that tragedy.
Yo,
right?
did this really just disconnect me?
Here we go, emoji.
Yo!
Okay, so I don't need to keep on talking, but I'm just saying there are
Perfect.
Western reasons. Yeah, there are Western reasons why this kind of stuff should resonate with you as well. Go ahead, emoji.
Yo, wait, where'd I leave off on?
Yo,
All you
Emoji, were
said
you
is,
actually talking this whole time?
Yo, I was talking the whole time. I give a whole
ain't no
heartfelt
way.
speech. What's the
I
last thing
told
y'all
you.
heard?
I
Yo,
told you,
yo,
Boogie.
It
yo,
literally came off
Bahama,
right when you
Bahama
started the
literally called
speech,
that.
bro.
Right when you started it, you said, "Yo, prop, book, cut off."
Yo,
Already,
are you
I wouldn't
okay?
pick cut off. Go ahead, try
All
to
right.
rekindle
Let me.
that.
All right. So what I was saying is I wouldn't pick any better co-host than you. Dang, that's a lot of info, y'all. All right. So so okay. So what I was saying was right, like these stories are written in a way that that it's profound writing, right? And you guys, even if you're, I say this all the time when it comes to anime, even if you aren't, you don't really consume certain types of media, um, the stories that are written can connect with everyone. So I appreciate you guys coming in, and myself. I mean, I do the same thing too because this is still relatively new for me. But coming in with that critical type of cinephile lens, and really putting the stories up to that bar, because that shows how well put together many of these stories are. So I was just saying I couldn't ask for better co-hosts to do this with, because of the caliber of how you guys are really going into this and really dissecting it and breaking it down. So that was my thank you to you guys. I went on a whole spiel about John, but basically just saying, I mean, John, you're great. We appreciate you, bro. You know, wealth of wisdom and insight, and we already know that anyway. But like you coming in and speaking about Peach is a whole different level, because we know that passion is there. So thank you, bro. Thank you for coming. Thank everyone for being here. I was just showing, if you look at the visual, um, showcasing the VV Comics website, which is where we were able to pick up the comic for today. That's vv.me/comics. The QR code is is on the screen, and you can pick up your comics same day as print. So the day that they launch, you don't have to wait until they come out digitally on other platforms and things like that. You can get them right here, literally launch date, and read them digitally here. As standard editions or as limited edition collectum items that you can resell, you can throw in AR, you can do pretty much whatever you want with them, as you would with a physical comic you would buy from the comic store. So definitely check that out if you're unfamiliar with the website. But yeah, we're gonna keep rocking. So with that said, but let me
Show
close out
show
before
that magic
uh
SR, bro. Show that magic SR while you're on it.
the Magic SR.
That book you were just highlighting,
Which book?
the
This one?
X-Men Blood Hunt Magic.
Oh, you want to see it? Hold on. Let me pull it up. The SR looks like. Oh, and that's another thing, right? With these comics, they do come in different variants. And look at that. Look at that. Another amazing art by Peach Momoko. So definitely, if you're unfamiliar with the website, check that out. And you can start collecting your digital comics here. Like I said, day one at launch vv.me/comics. So, with that said, we will jump over to, let me go over here real quick, and close out before OBS rugs me again. So, let me play this. Once again, appreciate everyone for coming through. Thank you. Yo, John, big shout out. Appreciate you, bro, and everyone in the space. Let's go.
She asked if she could see what's in the phone. Told her I could show you my collection if you
And we closing out with 579. Let's get it. Run it up.
How are we still gaining people, emoji?
I don't know, man. I don't know. And big shout out to the VV Comics handle in the space tonight. We as creators and content creators really do appreciate the support, because at the end of the day, you know, we only have but so much reach. So I hope you're seeing the community that you guys have been putting together, the passion for the fandom, and yeah, let's just keep rocking, man. So once again, yo, what's up? I want to thank everyone in this space, everyone on the stream, over 500 strong, for rocking with us tonight. Big shout out to my co-host E Boogie, Prop, RXH in the building. KC, thanks for joining the stage. Mahalo, thanks for joining the stage. And big shout out to our special guest of the evening, Jahn in the building. We run this every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we call this the Comic Shop. So thank you for tuning in. We'll be back at it again next week. I hope y'all get home safely. Peace.